Chapter 399. Today, fellow Taoist, you have broadened our horizons. Seeing Feng Zichen walk out of the netherworld, before he could take the initiative to speak, Hutu said exaggeratedly. Actually, it was not an exaggeration. Opening up 25 top-notch upper-class worlds in a row was something that even a saint might not be able to do, and it was done so easily, as if it was effortless. This was truly shocking. Of course, these great divine abilities also knew. Feng Zichen must have used a method that they did not know. However, to be able to come up with such a method, it already proved that he was extraordinary and definitely far surpassed them. After all, the 25 upper-class worlds were placed in the netherworld. No matter how they observed, they could not understand what method Feng Zichen had used to be able to open up those upper-class worlds so effortlessly. Of course, these great divine abilities would not know that Feng Zichen had integrated the pagoda into the origin of hell before the netherworld appeared, preparing for today's matter. It was all for this moment to amaze the world. Think about it, opening up 18 top-class upper-class worlds in one go. How incredible was this? To be able to do this, how extraordinary would he be? He must be a great expert that was beyond imagination. Thinking about it, even if he was not a primordial chaos expert, he was not far from it. Of course, this was only Feng Zichen's original plan. It was said that plans could not keep up with changes, and this time was no exception. With the help of the will of the netherworld, he opened up the 6 days of Fengdu and the hell of Fengdu in addition to the 18 levels of hell. This was great. He had gone overboard with his acting. However, looking at everyone's attitude, it was obvious that the effect was obvious. Regardless of whether he succeeded in pretending to be a peerless big shot, he had been labeled as mysterious. That was enough. Mysterious represented the unknown, represented infinite possibilities. That was the best way for him to hide his true identity. Fellow Taoist Hutu, you must be joking. That was all the power of the will of the netherworld. Poor Wei was just taking advantage of the situation. Of course, she didn't have to spend too much effort. After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen said humbly, pushing everything onto the will of the netherworld. Fellow Taoist Fengdu is really modest. When the crowd heard this, they naturally did not believe it. If all of this was really led by the will of the nether realm, then how could Feng Zichen obtain so much merit? The heavenly Tao was fair. The amount of merit that would be bestowed would depend on the amount of contributions one had made. There was no favoritism. Based on Feng Zichen's merits, it was not difficult for them to guess his role in this matter. Naturally, they did not believe his words. No one believed him. Feng Zichen didn't explain much. What he wanted was for everyone to fill in the blanks on their own. Only his own imagination was the most invulnerable. However, there were so many people here that Feng Zichen couldn't discuss the establishment of the Yin Court with Hutu. Yin Court. This was a major event that could affect the development of the primordial world. Of course, the more secretive it was, the better. It was impossible to announce it to the world. If someone with ulterior motives were to find out about this, it would be hard to avoid variables. Especially after the heavenly court found out, they would be prepared in advance. The effect of the birth of the Yin Court would undoubtedly be greatly reduced. The birth of the Yin Court required the element of surprise in order to achieve the greatest effect. Before Di Jun and the others established the heavenly court, they did not publicize it. Instead, they developed it in secret. After obtaining the Tao ancestors' consent, they made it public. Feng Zichen was such a low-key person, so he would not publicize it. Therefore, he started chatting with everyone here. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a huge vibration came from the sky. Then, 6 terrifying figures descended from the sky and arrived outside the netherworld. The saints had arrived. It turned out that the 6 saints had walked around the chaos outside the sky and did not find the devil. They knew that if they continued to stay here, they would not be able to find any traces of the devil. Thus, they returned to the primordial world. However, since they had already come out, the saints could not return empty-handed. Thus, they set their sights on the netherworld. Back then, when the heaven realm appeared, The cultivation of the 6 saints was not the strongest. They were on the same level as the Khanate godfiends. They did not have an overwhelming advantage. They were even inferior to the Eastern Emperor Tai E. The demon race was powerful. In addition, the Eastern Emperor Tai E suppressed the primordial world. They had their eyes on the heaven realm, so no one dared to compete with them. Even the 3 pure ones had to avoid them. Therefore, the heaven realm belonged to the demon race. Outsiders had no chance to interfere, even after becoming a saint. Now that the netherworld, which was on the same level as the heaven realm, had appeared, they naturally could not stand by and watch. They could not interfere in the heaven realm, but they could not miss the netherworld. Now was different from the past. They were already saints, the peak of the primordial world. Everything that happened in the heaven realm would never happen again. Poor Wei congratulates fellow Taoist Hutu on attaining the Tao. Retracting their auras, the 6 of them congratulated Hutu. Then, they said to everyone, fellow Taoists, it's been a long time since we parted in the Purple Cloud Palace. After the Tao lecture in the Purple Cloud Palace ended, the former fellow disciples went their separate ways, but it was difficult for them to meet again. It was rare for them to meet again today. Even the saints could not help but sigh. Greetings, fellow Taoist Tai Ching, fellow Taoist Yu Qing, fellow Taoist Shangqing, fellow Taoist Niwa. Everyone returned the greeting. The former fellow disciples and the current saints could not help but feel melancholy when they saw them again. Back then, they were on the same level. Now, time had passed. When they saw each other again, they were already separated by heaven and earth. In the past, when you became saints, we were not in the primordial world and did not go to congratulate you. Today, we will make up for it here. However, a great mystical ability user was ultimately a great mystical ability user. In an instant, he adjusted his mentality and even teased the Grand Pure One and the others. Congratulations, fellow Taoists, on attaining the Tao. After saying that, everyone laughed out loud. Even the Grand Pure One, who is usually indifferent, was the same. This laughter was incomparably candid, and it contained a sense of freedom. There were no schemes or tricks mixed within it. The saints had not been so relaxed for a long time. For a moment, everyone seemed to have returned to the days when they first listened to the Tao in the Purple Cloud Palace. That was a period of days without worries. Everyone only had the Tao in their hearts, and there were not many conflicts of interest. Unfortunately, everything could not go back. The past was destined to be the past. After the laughter, what was left was melancholy. Humans, they would always live in the way they hated the most. Inexplicably, everyone present was enlightened, and their state of mind actually improved slightly. Fellow Taoists, why are you here? After a moment of silence, the Lady of Earth was the first to break the silence. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone recovered from their melancholy. The past was the past. If they were obsessed with the past, how could they improve? Looking at the future was what they should do. In the blink of an eye, everyone's Tao hearts calmed down again. They began to think about the purpose of the saint's visit. Yes, the saint came here. What was his purpose? As for congratulating the Lady of Earth for achieving the Tao, naturally no one believed it. If they really wanted to congratulate the Lady of Earth for achieving the Tao, why did they do it earlier? Why didn't they come when she had just achieved the Tao? Instead, they came after nearly 1,000 years. Wasn't that clearly saying that there was something wrong with them? Fellow Taoist Lady of Earth, the poor Wei saw that the netherworld had just been born and the living beings inside were extinct. She wanted to send an incarnation to guard the netherworld, impart the supreme great Tao, enlighten a place, and help the netherworld evolve living beings. The 6 of them looked at each other. No one was willing to be the first to speak. In the end, as the eldest senior brother, the Grand Pure One had no choice but to stand up and say, this. As soon as he said that, everyone present was in an uproar. How shameless. Everyone present was smart. How could they not understand what the Grand Pure One meant? They had taken a liking to the netherworld and wanted to get a share of the pie. What about imparting the supreme great Tao and enlightening a place? They were all excuses. They were already sending incarnations to stay in the netherworld. Wasn't their goal clear? Fellow Taoist Grand Pure One, what do you mean? At that moment, not only did the Lady of Earth's expression change, but even the expressions of Feng Zichen and Taoist Mingi turned ugly. Now, the three of them were the rulers of the netherworld. How could they tolerate outsiders spying on this place? That was the foundation of their Tao. Even if the saint wanted to touch it, they would dare to risk their lives. Stopping me from achieving the Tao is worse than killing me. It was the number one enemy of the primordial world. If the saint's incarnation entered the netherworld, would the world still belong to them? Moreover, they did not dare to touch the heaven realm, but they dared to touch the netherworld. What did that mean? Were they looking down on the netherworld? The Grand Pure One did not say anything. Instead, he took a step forward. At the same time, the other 5 saints also took a step forward. That posture, it was obvious he wanted to use his power to suppress others. You, the Lady of Earth, are only one person, but we have 6 people. If you don't agree, we will fight our way in. What can you do? Fellow Taoist, are you bullying me because I'm alone? Seeing this, the Lady of Earth questioned sternly. At the same time, just as she finished speaking, the 11 ancestral magi quietly appeared and stood behind her, staring at the 6 saints together. It was as if he was standing up for her. Yes, the Lady of Earth was not alone. There were many of them, but the Lady of Earth also had many brothers and sisters. The atmosphere at the scene, immediately, they became nervous. Fellow Taoist Lady of Earth, now that you have lost the body of the ancestral magi and can't set up the 12 divine wraith array, you have lost your greatest reliance. If you join forces, you won't be able to stop the 6 of them from Poor Way. Besides, Poor Way and the others don't want to occupy the netherworld, nor do they have any intention of getting involved in the cycle of reincarnation. They just want to set up a Tao field here and wait for the future to preach the Tao. In that case, are you unwilling? Seeing that the atmosphere was getting more and more tense, as if a fight was about to break out, Niwa could not help but step forward and say. Her tone was filled with helplessness. It was as if she did not come here on her own accord, but was forced to come by someone. Thinking about it, it made sense. Niwa had never established a sect, nor did she take in any disciples. Back then, she had even rejected the recruitment of the demons. She did not even take one of the 9 heavens seriously. Now, for the sake of the netherworld, she did not hesitate to personally come. It was obviously abnormal. Everyone could understand why the 3 pure ones had brought Junie here. Only Goddess Nviwa was here, which puzzled everyone. Chapter 400. Now, hearing the tone in Niwa's words, everyone vaguely understood. There seemed to be a secret behind this matter, and the only thing that could make a saint helpless in the primordial world was the heavenly Tao. At this moment, everyone understood that the heavenly Tao wanted to interfere in the netherworld. Therefore, the 6 saints had no choice but to come to the netherworld to seize a portion of the control of the netherworld from Hutu. However, the Hutu was not to be trifled with. No matter what reason the saint had, she could not let the saint step into the netherworld, let alone let him share her power. Her own territory. How could she easily give it to outsiders? Moreover, she was forced to give it up by others. If this spread out, how could the Hutu have the face to stand in the primordial world? Therefore, the Hutu would never give in. Even if she had to fight with the saint, she would not hesitate. In the primordial world, sometimes, face was more important than everything. This time, there was a good show to watch. With this thought in mind, everyone retreated to the side one after another, leaving enough space for both sides to silently wait for the development of the matter. Whether it was the 6 saints or the magi, they were all figures that they could not afford to offend. If they helped either side, they would be hated by the other side. Therefore, it was better not to help either side. Anyway, this matter had nothing to do with them. You want to interfere in the netherworld with just you? Hee, ridiculous? Faced with the threat of Niwa and the others, the Hutu was not only unmoved, but she also sneered and mocked the 6 of them. Today, if he retreated, wouldn't that be saying? The Hutu and the Magi were not as good as saints. This would probably be a devastating blow to the prestige of the Magi. Therefore, he could not give in. At the very least, he could not give in under the threat of the saints. Ever since they became saints, the 6 of them had never been looked down upon like this. They could not help but fly into a rage. Their expressions turned ugly, and a powerful aura rose from their bodies as they pressed towards the Hutu. Humph! With a cold snort, the 11 ancestral magi behind the Hutu suddenly moved. Their figures crisscrossed, and Tao patterns appeared under their feet, faintly forming a powerful formation, connecting their strength together and protecting the Hutu firmly. Rumble! The pressure of the 6 saints assaulted him, and it gave rise to all sorts of phenomena. Space warped while the heavens and the earth flowed in reverse, and its might was boundlessly terrifying. However, the combined aura of the 12 grand shamans was like the divine mountain of Bujo, suppressing and unshakable. No matter how terrifying the pressure was, it couldn't shake him in the slightest. This was the supreme divine ability, Mount Bujo Seal. This was the supreme supernatural power that the 12 ancestors of sorcery had learned from Mount Bujo. Of course, the Mount Bujo Seal mastered by the 12 ancestors of sorcery was different from the Mount Bujo Seal mastered by Feng Zichin. Feng Zichin's Mount Bujo Seal was formed by the fusion of Mount Bujo's seal and the origin of the earth. It could barely display a trace of Mount Bujo's divine might. However, the Mount Bujo Seal of the 12 ancestors of sorcery was different. This divine ability could be called the projection of Mount Bujo, and its power was so strong that it could even suppress the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. Even a saint couldn't withstand this divine ability without using the power of the heavenly way. The power of this divine ability was enough to be ranked in the top 10 of the untainted land, and was far from what Feng Zichin could compare with. This was the talent of the 12 ancestors of sorcery. The advantage of Panga's bloodline was something that Feng Zichin couldn't envy. Mount Bujo was formed by Panga's spine. The 12 ancestors of sorcery were formed by Pangu's blood essence. There was a connection between the two. In addition, after the 12 ancestors of sorcery cultivated the Tao of gods and demons, they had a deeper understanding of Panga's bloodline. After that, they drew the geomancy map of the primordial world and had a clearer understanding of the primordial world and Panga's body. The accumulation of this series of insights caused the 12 ancestors of sorcery to sublimate. They used the 12 divine wraith array to deduce Panga's body and turned the Tao runes of Mount Bujo for their own use. They achieved this supreme divine ability that could be said to be invincible in the primordial world. Of course, was he really invincible in the primordial world? That might not be easy to say. However, among the suppression-type divine abilities, the Mount Bujo Seal was indeed the best. This divine ability was a surprise that the 12 ancestors of sorcery had prepared for the demons. They had originally planned to use it on Tai during the decisive battle between the Magi demons and suppress him along with the Bell of Chaos. This way, the demons would not be afraid. However, they did not expect that the plan could not keep up with the changes. Under the pressure of the 6 saints, the 12 ancestors of sorcery had no choice but to reveal their trump cards in advance and use the supreme divine ability of the Mount Bujo Seal to resist the pressure of the saints. Just as Nuwa had said earlier, without the 12 divine wraith array, if the 12 ancestors of sorcery did not use their trump cards, they would not be a match for the 6 saints. After all, it was not 1 saint but 6. 12 against 1, they would definitely win. However, 12 against 6, the situation was reversed. Indeed, the Hutu did not lose the body of the ancestor of sorcery, as the saints had thought. However, her bloodline had been purified and was fundamentally different from the other ancestors of sorcery. She was the most perfect sorcerer. The reason why the 12 ancestors of sorcery could form the 12 divine wraith array was that they came from the same origin and had the same aura. However, now, the Hutu was fundamentally different from the other ancestors of sorcery. Therefore, the Hutu could not set up the 12 divine wraith array. What a powerful divine ability. The sorcerer race actually has such a method. but they've hidden it so well. In the heavenly court, June and the others could not help but be excited when they saw the sorcerer race and the saints arguing because of the nether realm. No matter the outcome of this battle, the enmity between the sorcerer race and the saints had been formed. In the future, the sorcerer race would have a difficult time. This was what the demons were looking forward to. In this case, how could June and the others not be happy? Unfortunately, the changes in things were often unexpected. The sorcerer tribe's sudden display of a supreme divine ability gave them a huge fright. The aura of this divine ability was exactly the same as that of Mount Bujo. It was like a projection of him, sacred and great, able to suppress everything. Even someone as strong as them could not help but feel a sense of powerlessness in the face of this divine ability. It could be seen how powerful this divine ability was. Among them, Itai felt it the most. The moment he saw the seal of Mount Bujo, he had a bad feeling. It was as if this divine ability was specially prepared for him. Even the Dongwang bell, which had been unchanged since ancient times, began to tremble as if it had sensed danger. This is sudden inspiration. This divine ability is used to deal with me. Vaguely, Tai seemed to have understood something. The seal of Mount Bujo was originally prepared by the sorcerer race to deal with Tai. It was fine if he did not appear in the world. At that time, the secrets of heaven were chaotic and no one could see through it. Tai could not detect the sorcerer race's goal. Chapter 4:01. However, once he appeared, the heavenly secrets were immediately clear. Tai vaguely sensed the danger in advance. The change in Tai and the East Emperor Bell naturally attracted the attention of the surrounding people. The Magi are so scheming. Jun, Tai Fu Shi, Kuan Peng, and the others were all top figures of the primordial world. They could be said to be extremely intelligent. After thinking about it carefully and comparing it to Tai Yi's situation, he understood the Magi's plan. His expression could not help but turn ugly, and he felt a lingering fear in his heart. If the six saints had not threatened the Magi and forced them to use their trump cards today, Tai would have been endangered during the battle between the Magi and the demons. There was no need to doubt the power of the Mount Bujo seal. If it was unexpected, it could definitely suppress Tai and the East Emperor Bell together. Even if the East Emperor's strength was heaven-defying, he would not be able to break out of the seal in a short period of time when facing the powerful Mount Bujo. In that case, without the help of the East Emperor, even if the Magi did not have Hutu, the demons would not be able to defeat the might of the Magi. Their defeat was set in stone. Fortunately, with the intervention of the saints, everything changed. The trump card of the Magi was forced to be exposed in advance. Although it was still troublesome, it was far less terrifying than before. Now that they were prepared in advance, it would be difficult for them to have an unexpected effect. This time, I have to thank the six saints. Looking at the saints below, Jun sighed. That's right. At the side, everyone nodded in agreement. In this battle, regardless of whether the Magi won or the six saints won, they did not benefit as much as the demons. They were the biggest winners. When the sandpiper and the clam fought, the fishermen would benefit. The Magi summoned the projection of Mount Bujo. It was indeed beyond the expectations of the six saints, but so what? The projection was ultimately just a projection. It was not the real Mount Bujo descending. How could it block the divine might of the saints? The Grand Pure One raised his eyelids and looked at the Bujo mountain seal in surprise. Then, he slowly said, That's right. The projection of Mount Bujo? The poor way has underestimated the witch tribe. But do you think that the projection of Mount Bujo is enough to stop poor way and the others, fellow cultivator? As he spoke, the Grand Pure One's aura grew stronger and stronger. In the blink of an eye, it had risen to an inconceivable level. Terrifying power swept out, distorting all concepts and denying past knowledge. The rules of heaven and earth moved according to his will, and the world was under his control. This was the Grand Pure One, the most supreme saint in the universe. With his peak 4th level chaotic essence cultivation base, he was the undisputed #1 saint. At the same time, his hand shook, and the primordial ultimate treasure, Taiji diagram, appeared and hung behind his head. Primordial yin and yang qi hung down, releasing a shocking pressure. After him, the other 5 saints also did not hold back. Their terrifying strength was released, suppressing the heavens and the earth, the past, present, and future. A supreme treasure appeared in his hand. Tao and logic interweaved, emitting resplendent light. It was as if he could unleash a world-shocking attack at any moment. Do you think I'm afraid of you? In the face of the 6 saints' coercion, the 12 ancestral sorcerers were not afraid. They raised their hands and summoned the primordial ultimate treasure, the primordial geomancy diagram. Suddenly, a miniature primordial world appeared in front of the 12 ancestral sorcerers, confronting the supreme treasure in the hands of the 6 saints. Oh no, retreat. Realizing that something was wrong, the powerful beings outside the nether realm fled outside of time and space without any hesitation. They were afraid that if they were late, they would be involved in the battle between them. Crazy! Are they going to destroy the primordial world? Is it worth it for the nether realm? Outside of time and space, everyone stopped and said worriedly. They were afraid that they would accidentally break the primordial world into pieces. Fellow Taoists, if fellow Taoist Grand Pure won and the others really start fighting later, we have to stop them even if we have to risk our lives. Otherwise, the primordial world will be in danger. After a while, the great void Taoist said with a serious face. Yes, you're right, fellow cultivator Great Void. We can't let them fight. Hearing that, everyone agreed. By the way, poor Wei, go to the heavenly court and invite fellow cultivator Tai over. His cultivation is the most profound, and he has the Khanate's supreme treasure, the Dongwang Bell, to protect him. With him around, it might be useful. Suddenly, someone suggested, no, the shamans and demons are irreconcilable. Fellow cultivator Tai can't wait for them to fight. If you invite him, won't you be adding to the trouble? You can't invite him over. Before anyone else could say anything, Taoist Huang Ling hurriedly objected. Inviting Tai over, did they think that the situation was not tense enough and wanted to add fuel to the fire? What a brainless person. However, that person's suggestion gave the Great Void Taoist an idea. Since they wanted to invite someone, why did they have to invite the Dong Huang Tai? Wouldn't it be better to invite the Taoist ancestor directly? Therefore, the Great Void Taoist hurriedly said to the person beside him, fellow cultivator Bayu, you're the fastest among us. Therefore, I'll have to trouble you to go to the chaos beyond the heavens and ask Master from the Purple Cloud Palace. If they really start fighting, only my teacher can stop them in the untainted land. As soon as the Great Void Taoist finished speaking, a handsome young man in white who was shrouded in coldness said, the Great Void Taoist is right. Brother Great Void, you're right. Only Master can stop this disaster. There's no time to lose. I'll go now. This person was Taoist Bayu. His original body was an ice sculpture born in the north of the primordial world, an extremely cold place. He was formed by the Khanate cold wind and was a top Khanate god fiend in the primordial world. Unfortunately, compared to Taoist Kuan Peng, he was weaker. Therefore, he did not have the chance to become the Lord of the North Sea and missed a great opportunity. However, as a bird, although Taoist Bayu's speed could not be compared to Mingi's, it was far faster than most experts in the primordial world. It was most suitable for him to go to the chaos beyond the heavens. Screech! A white light flashed, and Taoist Bayu's figure disappeared. He had already gone to the chaos beyond the heavens. Sigh. I hope fellow cultivator Bayu can make it in time. After sighing, the Great Void Taoist continued to look outside the netherworld realm with a worried expression. They please don't fight. In theory, the heavenly Tao could be said to be omniscient and omnipotent to the primordial world. However, there are always exceptions. For the saints and the great divinities, although the heavenly Tao had the power to destroy them, it could not pry into their thoughts. For example, The heavenly Tao could not know whether the six saints would fight with Hutu and the others, because it could interfere with the saints' actions, but it could not affect their hearts. It had no way of knowing what the saints were thinking, nor could it deduce. This was the disadvantage of having no feelings. The complexity of the human heart. How could the heavenly Tao understand it? Therefore, at this time, Tao ancestor Hongjun needed to appear. Compared to the heavenly Tao, he understood the human heart better. Chapter 402. With Tao ancestor Hongjun around, the two sides would definitely not fight. Therefore, when the Grand Pure One unleashed his full strength, Tao ancestor Hongjun had already arrived. He quietly hid in the dark and watched the development of the situation. Otherwise, it would be too late to wait for Daoist Bu to go to the Purple Cloud Palace and invite him over. At this moment, outside the Netherworld, it could be said that they had gathered the primordial world, the strongest power, 7 saints, 11 top-notch great divine abilities for Khanate cardinal treasures, and 14 top-notch Khanate spirit treasures. It was the battle between the liches and demons. Its power was only SOSO, right? It was no wonder that those great divine abilities ran away without looking back when they saw that they were about to fight. Looking at this situation, who would dare to stay where they were? If they were not careful, they would be blasted into pieces and return to the origin of the world. Fellow Taoist Hutu, are you going to let me? Or not? With the Taiji painting above his head, the Grand Pure One issued a final ultimatum. Next, if the Hutu still did not agree, she was afraid that they would have to fight today. Empress, open the gates of hell and let them in. If we really enter the netherworld with the 6 paths of reincarnation disc, so what if the saints come? What waves can they cause? Just as the Hutu was about to retaliate, Feng Zichen suddenly sent a voice transmission to her. As the Lord of Samsara, the Hutu was an invincible existence in the netherworld. As long as the saints entered the netherworld, this matter would be considered over. However, Feng Zichen waited and waited, but he did not see the Hutu let anyone into the netherworld. Instead, he confronted her outside. This time, he was anxious. Are you stupid? Hutu, are you stupid? It was clearly a matter that could be easily resolved. Why did it become like this? He felt helpless. Feng Zichen could only remind her. Hearing this, the Hutu could not help but be slightly stunned. That's right. Why did she have to fight with the 6 saints here? The Nether Realm, that was his territory. Over there, she was an invincible existence. As long as the saints entered, wouldn't they be at her mercy? He's really out his mind. Thinking of this, Hutu couldn't help but laugh self-deprecatingly. She was so angry that she actually gave up on her biggest advantage and competed with him at a complete disadvantage. Then, Hutu gave up the idea of fighting with the 6 sages and put away her magical power. The prehistoric geomancy map once again disappeared into the void, and the seal of Mount Bujo also slowly disappeared. Fellow Taoists, you wish to preach in the netherworld? All right then. Hutu couldn't ask for more. With that said, Hutu smiled faintly and waved her hand to open the gate of hell. Then, she stepped aside and opened a path. Fellow Taoists, please. His tone was full of urgency and urging, as if he was worried that they would not come. His attitude changed so quickly that it left everyone dumbfounded. Hutu's sudden change not only stunned the 6 saints, but also the onlookers who were watching from the sidelines. Earlier, they had wanted to fight to the death. Why did Hutu suddenly give in? Moreover, she gave in so much that she almost gave the nether realm away. It was a trap. There was definitely a trap. For a moment, everyone fell into deep suspicion. This, Hutu suddenly became so straightforward that the 6 saints couldn't help but hesitate. They were afraid that there was a trap and didn't dare to go forward easily. Why? When I asked you to come in, you insisted on coming in. Now that I've let you in, you're hesitating instead. What does this mean? Are you afraid? Seeing that the 6 saints didn't move for a long time, the smile on Hutu's face disappeared. Instead, she mocked them with a mocking expression. You, after being humiliated like this, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning was immediately furious. He raised the Panga banner and was about to hit Hutu. Fellow Taoist Yu Qing, please stop. Seeing that Hutu had taken a step back and made things turn around, he didn't expect that the heavenly lord of primordial beginning would suddenly raise the Panga banner. This wouldn't do. If he struck out with this strike, this battle would have to be fought. Therefore, the great divinities moved. They walked out of space and time. They stood in front of the 6 saints, separating them from the ancestral magi. Fellow Taoist, this matter has passed. You want to preach the Tao, and fellow Taoist Hutu has agreed. She even took the initiative to open the gate of the netherworld. It can be said that she has made the biggest concession. Even so, you still want to do that? Could it be that you want fellow Taoist Hutu to take the initiative to offer the origin of the netherworld before you are willing to give up? In front of the Grand Pure One, the great Void Taoist said with some displeasure, the saint had gone too far in this matter. Even these great divinities couldn't stand it anymore. They couldn't help but come forward to make peace. And who was the great Void Taoist? He was a powerful person who could cultivate to the great perfection of the sage-to-be realm by relying on his own hard work. He even touched a trace of the true essence of the primordial chaos Tao realm. One could tell that his background was not inferior to the 3 pure ones and the others. This kind of person was not far from the legendary primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian realm. Perhaps one day, when the opportunity came, it would be done. Therefore, his attitude, even the Grand Pure One had to pay attention to it. Even if they didn't care about his attitude, the weight of the great divinities present was enough to move them. They were the 3,000 guests of the mortal world. Among the many connate god-fiends of the primordial world, the 3,000 top ones all had the aura of primordial chaos. If they offended all of them, they would be in big trouble in the future. Fellow Taoist, please calm down. We were too rash. The Grand Pure One took back the Taiji painting and apologized. Fellow Taoist Hutu, Poor Wei and the others have offended you today. Please forgive us. After speaking to everyone, the Grand Pure One said to the Hutu apologetically, Fellow Taoist Grand Pure One, is there anything else? If there's nothing else, then leave. The netherworld is too small to accommodate great gods like you. With a cold snort, the Hutu began to chase them away. Originally, becoming a saint was a joyous occasion, but they had ruined it. How could the Hutu not be angry? Fellow Taoist Hutu, what do you want for you to agree to let Poor Wei and the others preach the Tao in the netherworld? As if he didn't hear the Hutu's words, the Grand Pure One continued to ask. Obviously, he had not given up on the netherworld. This was a mission given to them by the heavenly Tao. If they could not complete it, who knew what would happen? Therefore, even if there was a slight possibility, the Grand Pure One was unwilling to give up. Originally, the birth of the 6 paths of reincarnation should have evolved according to the will of the heavenly Tao. However, with the interference of Pangu's will, everything had nothing to do with him. The heavenly Tao was completely excluded. The number 1 treasure in the primordial world had nothing to do with the heavenly Tao. That was fine. After all, Pangu had interfered. However, as the netherworld, which was the death world of the primordial world, was not under his control, this was intolerable. Therefore, no matter what, he wanted to get involved in the netherworld and put the netherworld under his sight. Chapter 403. Conditions? No. The entrance to the netherworld is there. If you want to enter, the Hutu will definitely not stop you. Pointing at the open gate of hell, the Hutu said indifferently, Fellow Taoist Hutu, stop joking. If you don't agree, the Poor Wei and the others will never dare to step into the netherworld. Shaking his head helplessly, the Grand Pure One replied with a bitter smile. Outside the netherworld, the 6 of them joined forces. The Hutu was definitely no match for them. However, if they entered the netherworld, it would be the complete opposite. They were definitely no match for the Hutu. Therefore, this netherworld, they could not enter. Then there's nothing I can do. The Hutu understood that the heavenly Tao entering the netherworld was a general trend. It cannot be stopped. Even the tunnel would not stop it, because the heavenly Tao was the true controller of the primordial world. As a part of the primordial world, the netherworld naturally could not escape the control of the heavenly Tao. This was the inevitable outcome. Even if the Hutu did not agree now, it would definitely happen in the future. Therefore, her resistance at this moment was actually meaningless. However, the Hutu was naturally unwilling to let the saint interfere just like that. Therefore, she planned to stop the saint appropriately so that she could gain some benefits from it to make up for her losses. Since she could not stop the general trend, she would think of a way to gain some benefits. This was not too much. It was what she should do. She could not let the Hutu suffer, right? But she did not expect that the saint would be so domineering. After coming to the netherworld, he directly forced the Hutu with a tough attitude. It was as if he would suppress her if she did not agree. How could the Hutu tolerate it? No matter who it was, they wouldn't be able to tolerate it. Therefore, the Hutu was angry. He didn't care about the plan anymore. He just went head-on with the sage. Now, in the hearts of the 6 saints, they were also filled with regret. The reason why they were so strong was that they did not want to pay an excessive price. They planned to use forceful methods to force the Hutu to agree. This way, they would save a lot of benefits. But who knew that they were strong, and the Hutu was even stronger? She looked like she was going to fight to the death. Tao ancestor Hong Jun, who was hiding in the dark, could not help but shake his head when he saw this. It was originally a simple matter that could be solved by paying a price, but because of their greed, it became complicated. Now, even if they want to take a step back, Hutu would not easily agree. Otherwise, if word of this got out, wouldn't people say that Hutu was afraid of the 6 saints? This was a great humiliation in the untainted land. Anyone who cared about their reputation would not tolerate it. Therefore, if he didn't give Hutu a way out to save her face, there was no possibility of success. However, even so, Tao ancestor Hong Jun understood the Grand Pure One and the others. If the heavenly Tao wanted to interfere in the netherworld, he could have just given Hutu some benefits, but he did not. He insisted on having the saints step forward and bear the price for him. This was a pretty good plan. The benefits were his while the losses were the saints. He had obtained the nether realm without paying anything. However, saints were not to be trifled with. If they really listened to the heavenly Tao, there would not be so much chaos in the primordial world. In addition, the things of the saints did not fall from the sky. They would definitely not be willing to contribute to the heavenly Tao for free. Therefore, this matter was naturally messed up. In the end, I still have to do it myself. Tao ancestor Hong Jun sighed helplessly and decided to do it himself. Although he had long guessed that the saints were unreliable, Hong Jun did not expect them to be so unreliable. Just looking at the series of actions of the 6 saints, not only did they not solve the problem, they even made the problem more complicated. Tao ancestor Hong Jun had reason to suspect that the 6 saints did it on purpose. Otherwise, how could they be so stupid? He knew his disciples very well. They were all smart people, and each of them was more scheming than the other. They would never do such a stupid thing. However, none of this was important. What was important was to solve the problem in front of him. Tao ancestor Hong Jun took out the creation jade disc and connected it to the heavenly Tao. From the endless future, he looked for a chance to break the situation. Since the heavenly Tao entering the netherworld was the general trend, there was naturally a corresponding condition to promote this process. What Tao ancestor Hong Jun was doing now was to find this condition. In a trance, Tao ancestor Hong Jun saw a figure. It was the person who broke the situation. This person, he was somewhat familiar. It was his grand disciple, the 9 heavens immortal venerables, Xianqing. I see. Tao ancestor Hong Jun understood in his heart. He pointed at the Grand Pure One and gave him a hint. It was better for the saint to appear. That's Xianqing. Why is he here? The Grand Pure One glanced from the corner of his eye and actually saw Xianqing's figure in the netherworld. He could not help but be shocked. When did he run in? It was when Hutu turned into reincarnation. In order to freeload off the merit of reincarnation, Xianqing used the white lotus of purification to help Hutu purify the sea of blood and awaken her. After that, he never left. The sea of blood was swallowed by the netherworld, so he naturally appeared in the netherworld. It was just that he was too weak and was ignored by everyone. Now, the Grand Pure One had obtained the help of Tao ancestor Hong Jun and accidentally discovered him. Xianqing, why are you here? The Grand Pure One asked directly with doubts in his heart. Huh, Xianqing? He's here too. As soon as the Grand Pure One finished speaking, Xianqing immediately became the focus of attention, attracting everyone's attention. Being stared at by so many great divine abilities, Xianqing felt uncomfortable all over. To be honest, among all the people present, he was the weakest, the lowest, and the lowest in seniority. Those great divine abilities were all big shots of the celestial sect of wonders. According to seniority, they were all his uncle masters. At this moment, Xianqing felt that he was extremely humble. It was too miserable. Reporting to Uncle Master, bracing himself, Xianqing stood up and told him what had happened previously. Good, that's great. After hearing Xianqing's words, the Grand Pure One suddenly laughed out loud. He had already thought of a solution. Fellow Taoist Hutu, Poor Wei's disciple nephew, is fated with the netherworld. Therefore, Poor Wei and the others plan to help disciple nephew Xianqing set up a courtyard in the netherworld to teach the great Tao of the celestial sect of wonders. I hope fellow Taoist Hutu can help. As he spoke, the Grand Pure One bowed to the Hutu. He really did not expect that Xianqing would actually contribute when the Hutu turned into reincarnation. This was a huge favor. With this as a breakthrough point and a price to pay, it was difficult for the Hutu not to agree. Moreover, even if this matter was spread out, the Hutu would agree to teach them in the netherworld in order to return the favor. It was not that she was afraid of the 6 saints and was forced to agree. Chapter 404. When he heard this, he couldn't help but hesitate in his heart. Even her attitude was not as firm as before. Originally, according to her plan, no matter what the saints said, she would not agree. However, when it came to Xianqing, this matter was different. The Lady of Earth had not forgotten that it was Xianqing who activated the white lotus of purification. Only then could she comprehend the meaning of reincarnation from the destruction of a lotus. It could be said that she had transformed into reincarnation. She had been enlightened by Xianqing. That was a huge favor. If Xianqing wanted to establish a Tao orthodoxy in the netherworld, the Lady of Earth would not be able to refuse. It was precisely because he thought of this that the Grand Pure One said that he wanted to use Xianqing's name to preach in the netherworld. In this way, the Lady of Earth could neither agree nor disagree. She could not help but fall into a dilemma. If she agreed, she would definitely feel uncomfortable. If she did not agree, how could she repay the karma she owed Xianqing? Fellow Taoist Lady of Earth, if you agree to this, the Poor Wei and the others will each owe you a favor. Just as the Lady of Earth was in a dilemma, the Grand Pure One continued to speak. It was the Grand Pure One who saw the Lady of Earth's hesitation and thought that there was a chance. He hurriedly promised great benefits and did not hesitate to use a favor as the price to exchange for her consent. The favor of a saint, how precious was that? That was equivalent to 6 wishes. As long as it did not exceed their abilities, regardless of whether it was reasonable or not, they could not refuse. They had to satisfy it. If these 6 favors landed in the Lady of Earth's hands, she could completely rely on them to ask the saint to do 6 things for her unconditionally as long as it was within her abilities. From this, it could be seen that in order to get the Lady of Earth to agree to them preaching in the Netherworld Saint, the saint had also put in a lot of effort. Sure, however, I am indebted to Xianqing. He can preach in the Netherworld, but you can't. He knew that at this point, he had no reason to refuse. He might as well stop while he was ahead. Hence, The Lady of Earth nodded in agreement. At the same time, in order to prevent the saint from causing trouble, she added a restriction. Sure. It was not easy to get the Lady of Earth to agree. Facing her request, the Grand Pure One did not disagree. He smiled and nodded. As long as he could plant a nail in the netherworld and give the heavenly Tao a reason to interfere, everything would be fine. As for whether or not the nails were them, that was not important. Xianqing was speechless when he saw the few of them decide his future with just a few words. Looking at their attitude, they completely treated him, the person involved, as if he didn't exist. WOC. Can't you ask for his opinion? He was standing right next to her. Even if he couldn't make the decision, it wouldn't be difficult to pretend to ask for his opinion, right? That's true. In front of the elders, there was no room for Xianqing to speak. He just needed to listen to the arrangements. Xianqing, disciple, after a discussion with your 2 uncle masters and 3 uncle masters, we've decided to let you build an alternative residence in the netherworld realm so that you can impart the supreme Tao of Xianmen and enlighten everyone. If that's the case, are you willing? In the end, it was Tong Tian who felt sorry for his disciple. He turned his head and asked Xianqing, "This disciple is willing. For the celestial sect of wonders, I will go through fire and water without hesitation." Without the slightest hesitation, Xianqing said righteously. This was related to the plan of the heavenly axiom, and it had been negotiated by the 6 sages. How could Xianqing refuse? Wasn't that courting death? Did he still want to survive in the primordial world? Moreover, the sage was not asking for Xianqing's opinion. Instead, he was informing him in advance so that he could be prepared and not be flustered. Therefore, Xianqing could not refuse, nor did he dare to refuse. Moreover, preaching in the netherworld was beneficial to Xianqing. Other than being forced by others, there was nothing wrong with it. Since that was the case, there was no reason for him to refuse. Since he could not refuse, he might as well act more straightforwardly to gain everyone's favor. All right. Only by being so responsible can you live up to the name of the celestial venerables of the celestial sect of wonders. Sure enough, seeing Xianqing's attitude, the 6 sages nodded in satisfaction. Xianqing, take this item and open up a pure land in the netherworld as the foundation for preaching. He took out a ball of heaven and earth origin. With a wave of his hand, the Grand Pure One sent it into the hands of Xianqing in the netherworld. Immediately after, the other 5 sages also took out a ball of heaven and earth origin and sent it to Xianqing. Preaching in the netherworld was the collective mission of the 6 sages. Naturally, it was impossible for the Grand Pure One to do it alone. All of the losses should be shared by everyone. Heaven and earth origin, the true foundation of the primordial world. It was more precious and miraculous than the Xianwang merit. It could help people become Daoyuo Jingxian, evolve the world, and also give birth to innate god fiends. It had incredible uses. Even if the sages wanted to condense such a treasure, they would not be able to condense it without 10,000 years. The ball of heaven and earth origin in Xianqing's hands was the result of the sages' accumulation for countless years. Even if they took it out, their hearts would ache. Evolving the world. Xianqing muttered to himself as he merged the 6 balls of heaven and earth origin in front of him into one. The 6 sages gave him the heaven and earth origin so that he could evolve a completely different upper-class world in the netherworld. A world that belonged to the living. That's right, this was the sage's goal. The extreme of death was life. Opening up the world of life in the death realm was in accordance with this principle. There were great opportunities, great luck, and great creation. It had indescribable benefits for preaching in the future. Open. Thinking of the legends of the later generations, Xianqing used his magic power to activate the heaven and earth origin and began to evolve the world. Suddenly, a terrifying power spread. Endless light erupted, and endless laws were born, covering everything. Nothing could be seen. After 100 years, the violent fluctuations finally stopped, and the endless light also faded. A upper-class world with endless vitality surrounded by green light gradually appeared in the netherworld and appeared in front of everyone. The Eastern Green Flower World of Perpetual Joy. It was the name of this world, and it was also the residence of the Eastern Green Flower Emperor. Xianqing used this as the foundation to evolve this world. Rumble. The Eastern Green Flower World of Perpetual Joy was born, and there was a sudden change in the netherworld. Boundless deathly aura was boiling, and it caused huge waves. Vitality was born from the deathly aura and rushed toward the Eastern Green Flower World of Perpetual Joy. Qinghua, in the first place, had the meaning of life. Now, a world full of vitality suddenly appeared in the netherworld. It was very eye-catching in the vast, deathly aura. Naturally, it caused the vitality hidden in the deathly aura to resonate and gather toward the Eastern Green Flower World of Perpetual Joy. Rumble. Violent changes occurred in the Eastern Green Flower World of Perpetual Joy. The vitality became more and more intense, and countless strange flowers and plants were born. It released all kinds of strange phenomena. And at the bottom of the Azure Flower World, the newly born spiritual soil also began to mutate after absorbing a large amount of vitality. It released a green treasure light. Countless Tao patterns were born, and the essence of vitality rolled out, shaking the surroundings. Hiss, what rich essence of vitality! It's not an exaggeration to say that this world is the world of life. Outside the netherworld, even the knowledgeable, powerful beings were shocked by this tyrannical fluctuation of vitality. They had seen many upper-class worlds. As long as they were willing to spend some time, they could even create an upper-class world that was not inferior to the Azure Flower World. However, it was the first time they had seen a world like the Azure Flower World of Perpetual Joy that was completely composed of vitality, and they could not create it. This was the world of life in the death realm. Just like the Yang Pole and the Een Fish, it was the truth of heaven and earth. It could be encountered, but not sought. It was formed by various coincidences, and it was a supreme opportunity. It was too difficult to replicate, because in the primordial world, there was no longer a netherworld. The heaven realm and the netherworld. They were both unique. Boom! At this moment, a sudden change occurred. The vitality that spread out finally attracted the rebound of the death aura. The vast death aura surged and surged towards the Eastern Green Flower World of Perpetual Joy. Although the Eastern Green Flower World of Perpetual Joy was large compared to the netherworld, it was like a wave in the sea. It cannot be compared at all. In an instant, it was drowned by the surging death aura. If it were not for the vitality that still emerged from the netherworld and constantly merged into the Azure Flower World to fight against the death aura, the entire Azure Flower World would have been swallowed by the death aura. But even so, the Azure Flower World was still in danger. How could those strands of vitality compare to the boundless aura of death? It was just a dying struggle. It would not be long before the Azure Flower World became history and completely merged into the death aura. This was the calamity of the world, or rather, the calamity of splitting the sky. It was a calamity that belonged to the world. The birth of every world, while containing great fortune and great opportunities, was often accompanied by great calamities. Not to mention a world like the Azure Flower World, which was completely composed of vitality, must be extremely heaven-defying. The power of the calamity of the world that it triggered was also terrifying and astonishing. The riot of the netherworld's death aura was his calamity. If he passed it, he would survive. If he couldn't pass it, he would be destroyed. This is too strong. Seeing the boundless death aura, Xianqing clicked his tongue in fear. If he had not seen something wrong and had avoided far away the moment the death aura erupted, he would probably have ended up like the Azure Flower World, struggling in the death aura. Purifying White Lotus go. Although he was afraid, the Eastern Green Flower World of Perpetual Joy was related to the scheme of the heavenly Tao and his future path. He could not give up. He had to think of a way to help it survive the calamity of the world. Therefore, after some thought, Xianqing took out the 12th grade purifying white lotus. This was the strongest magic treasure on him, and at the same time, it was his strongest method. If it was useless, he really had no other way. However, Xianqing knew very well that he would not fail. The so-called calamity of the world was just a formality. It was scary but not dangerous. The Eastern green flower world of perpetual joy was born according to the will of the heavenly Tao. It was his method to interfere with the netherworld. If this world was destroyed, all the previous efforts of the heavenly Tao would be in vain. If that was the case, how could the heavenly Tao allow it? The birth of this world was inevitable. Xianqing obeyed the orders of the heavens. How could he fail? Chapter 4:05. After the white lotus of purification left Xianqing, it expanded with the wind. In the blink of an eye, it became 10,000 feet in size. Its entire body emitted a white glow as it spun. It broke through layers of deathly aura and landed in the world of everlasting joy of the East, taking root in its origin. Boom! The origin of the greater world was extremely powerful. Even the weakest one was stronger than Daluo Jinxian. Not to mention, for a top-tier greater world like the world of everlasting joy of the East, its origin was definitely not weaker than the great Abhijna. Hence, under the influence of the world's origin, the power of the grade 12 white lotus of purification was completely unleashed. The light of purification swept out like flowing water, enveloping everything. As a result, the surrounding space was illuminated into a vast expanse of whiteness. Sizzle, with the protection of the white lotus of purification, the world of everlasting joy of the East stabilized instantly. The deathly aura came into contact with it again. Before it could get close, it was purified by the light of purification that enveloped it. The white lotus of purification could purify all the filthy aura in the world. The deathly aura was also a type of filthy aura. It could not escape its purification. After the deathly aura was purified, it turned into the purest origin aura and integrated into the growing world of everlasting joy of the East to accelerate its evolution. This was also one of the abilities of the white lotus of purification. Otherwise, why would it be called one of the 10 great primordial spiritual treasures of the primordial world? Very good, as expected of the celestial sect of wonders. In the dark, Elder Hongjun saw this scene and nodded his head in satisfaction. This grand disciple was much more reliable than the sages. It was all thanks to him that they were able to complete the task entrusted by the heavenly axiom. If not for him, it would be troublesome this time. Reward. Great reward. Thinking of Xianqing's contributions, Elder Hongjun made a decision in his heart. He was going to record his contributions and reward him well. As the leader of the celestial sect of wonders, he naturally had to treat those who contributed well so that the disciples of the celestial sect of wonders would not be disappointed. Let the poor ways see what is fated with you. Elder Hongjun's heart skipped a beat. Endless heavenly secrets appeared and surged in his sea of consciousness. Everything related to Xianqing appeared. The best was not the most suitable, but the most suitable was definitely the best. As the number one god of the primordial world, Hongjun naturally understood that. Therefore, he wanted to know everything about Xianqing so that he could choose the most suitable treasure for Xianqing. Luckily, Pangu covered up all the secrets of heaven on Feng Zichen, including his connection with Xianqing. Tao ancestor Hongjun was the strongest, but he couldn't compare to Pangu, so he couldn't see through him. This allowed Feng Zichen to escape a calamity. Green lotus of creation? This kid is so lucky. In just an instant, Ancestor Hongjun learned everything that Xianqing had experienced and understood what he needed the most now. The four-sided lotus platform, the innate 5 elements flag. With these 9 top-notch Khanate merit numinous treasures, he managed to nurture the 36 grade green lotus of creation. However, It was a pity that he would never be able to gather all 9 innate merit spiritual treasures. Heavenly Tao. He would not let the rank 36 creation green lotus appear in the great desolate Aeon. However, a connate treasure level green lotus of creation can exist. It won't touch the bottom line of the heavenly Tao. This kid's idea is very good. Xianqing wanted to collect the origins of the 9 connate spirit treasures and use them to grow the green lotus of creation. Naturally, he couldn't hide it from Hongjun. Regarding this, he expressed his agreement. If it was done properly, it might be possible to cultivate a connate treasure level green lotus of creation. However, this method was too difficult. Forget it. After all, he is the grand disciple of Poor Wei, and he has contributed to the celestial sect of wonders. Poor Wei will help him. As for whether it succeeds or not, it all depends on his own luck. He remembered that he didn't give him any gifts when he entered the sect of Xianqing. In addition, he had made a great contribution to the celestial sect of wonders today. Tao ancestor Hongjun made a decision in his heart. He planned to combine the 2 rewards and give Xianqing a great creation. I'll give you this Western white cloud-bound flag. It's not in vain for you to call Poor Wei Grandmaster. Tao ancestor Hongjun waved his hand and took out a white flag. There were cloud patterns embroidered on it, and it was surrounded by connate Gongjin Qi. It was the Western white cloud-bound flag of the connate 5-element flags. It was a supreme grade connate merit spirit treasure, one of the 10 great connate spirit treasures of the primordial world. This treasure should have been given to the Jade Pool Golden Mother by Tao ancestor Hongjun after the witch demon calamity. It should have turned into the immortal gathering flag and was one of the treasures of the heavenly courts. However, from what he meant just now, he clearly wanted to give this item to Xianqing to help him cultivate the green lotus of creation. History had really changed. Go. With a casual toss, Tao ancestor Hongjun threw the Western white cloud-bound flag out. It turned into a stream of light and broke through layers of void, flying to Xianqing. What is it? Xianqing, who was paying attention to the changes in the eastern Qinghua world of Chang'e, suddenly saw a stream of light flash in front of him. He subconsciously reached out to grab it. This is the Western white cloud-bound flag. The stream of light immediately turned into a small white flag. Xianqing glanced at it and felt that it was very familiar. After thinking carefully for a while, he could not help but exclaim. He had already come into contact with 3 of the connate 5-element flags. Naturally, he was no stranger to their aura. How could he not recognize the origin of the small flag in his hand? It was a Western white cloud-bound flag that he had no hope for. This treasure was in the hands of Tao ancestor Hongjun. Xianqing could not come into contact with it at all, let alone extract a wisp of connate origin. However, what was unexpected was that Xianqing had already given up hope. This treasure actually appeared in his hands on its own initiative. What a pleasant surprise. Grand disciple Xianqing thanks the ancestral master. After putting away the Western white cloud-bound flag, Xianqing hurriedly bowed to the void. It was obvious that this treasure must have been given to him by Tao ancestor Hongjun. It should be a reward for his actions this time. There's no need to thank me. You deserve it. Before Xianqing could bow, a voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Even so, Xianqing still insisted on bowing. Seeing this, Tao ancestor Hongjun did not stop him. After waiting for a while, Xianqing relaxed when he did not hear any sound. I really earned a lot today. Touching the treasure flag in his hand, Xianqing still could not hide the excitement in his heart. The green lotus of creation was about to be formed. It's just that this item is the supreme treasure of the heavenly court. If I take it, will I be tainted with karma? In the end, thinking of the significance of this treasure in the future, Xianqing could not help but be a little worried. The immortal gathering flag. As the name implied, he knew the function of this treasure. There was definitely a great karma. But immediately, he seemed to have thought of something and put it behind his mind. This treasure was given to him by Tao ancestor Hongjun. Even if there was any karma, it should be counted on him. What did it have to do with him? Moreover, As the Tao ancestor of the celestial sect of wonders, the #1 expert in the world, the most ancient living being of the primordial world, he would not cheat a junior and give him a problematic spirit treasure, right? Chapter 406. Hongjun was now a Tao ancestor. He was no longer the top great medium of the primitive world. His status was obviously different. He wouldn't do the same thing as before, right? No, absolutely not. After cheering himself up, Xianqing turned his attention back to the eastern Qinghua Changel world. At this point, he could only believe in the character of Tao ancestor Hongjun. After all, if the Tao ancestor really wanted to cheat him, he had no other choice but to accept it silently. The gap in strength was too big. With the protection of the pure white lotus, the eastern Qinghua Changel world gradually gained a foothold in the netherworld. Not only did the death aura not do anything to him, but also became the nourishment for his evolution. Very good. However, it's not enough. Nodding his head, Xianqing was very satisfied with the performance of the pure white lotus. But he was not satisfied with the evolution of the Qinghua Changel world. Unlike the 18 levels of hell, this was a greater thousand world that he opened up on his own. Therefore, it was not supported by the will of the netherworld. There were all kinds of difficulties in opening it up. It was not as fast as the 18 levels of hell. Even with the help of the origin of heaven and earth, it was still the same. Go! With a thought, Xianqing took out the white cloud boundary flag and waved it at the boundless death aura. Whoosh! Suddenly, a bright white light bloomed, and the Khanate Gungjin Qi surged out. One after another, it crushed the death aura that was rushing toward the Qinghua Changel world. After the death aura was crushed, it was directly absorbed and purified by the pure white lotus. It saved the time of entanglement, and the speed of the Qinghua Changel world's development was greatly accelerated. It's useful. Seeing this, Xianqing's eyes lit up. He simply threw the white cloud boundary flag into the Qinghua Changel world and let him and the pure white lotus work together. Boom, boom, boom. The 12th grade pure white lotus and the white cloud boundary flag met, and the two seemed to have reached a resonance. The power suddenly increased, and a dazzling light burst out. The terrifying power spread and covered everything. Under this power, the arrogant death aura completely became the nourishment for the growth of the Qinghua Changel world, and it could no longer cause any harm. At this time, with the right time, place, and people, it is the best time for the green lotus of creation to appear. If I miss this opportunity, who knows when I'll have to wait for the next one? Taking out the green lotus of good fortune, Xianqing had a strong premonition that it was time for the green lotus of good fortune to appear. They had arrived. Among the 4 innate great lotus platforms, Xianqing only lacked the innate origin of the grade 12 red lotus of hellfire. Among the innate 5-element flags, the only thing he lacked was the innate origin of the northern Xianyuan water control flag. These 2 treasures were in the hands of Taoist Mingi, and Taoist Styx was in the nether realm, not far from him. At this moment, if Xianqing were to ask Taoist Mingi for Airbao's congenital origin in the name of developing the Qinghua Changel world, he would definitely not refuse, because he was Taoist Styx River. He had once heard of it in the Purple Cloud Palace. No matter what he thought, he was still a disciple of the celestial sect of wonders in the untainted land. This was the birth of the Qinghua everlasting joy realm, and it was related to the celestial sect's plan. There was no way that Taoist Mingi could refuse. Previously, when the 6 saints and the Lady of Earth were fighting, it was understandable that he did not help. Now, this was something that he could do in passing. If he were to refuse, it would be equivalent to cutting himself off from the celestial sect of wonders. The 6 saints would definitely have a grudge against him. In this way, as long as Taoist Mingi was not stupid, he would know how to choose. The witch race was different from the demon race. They really had nothing to do with the celestial sect of wonders. Among the 12 ancestral witches, other than ancestral witch Hoodoo who had been there once, the rest had never been there. Uncle Master Mingi, Qing would like to ask for 2 treasures from you to help the Qinghua Changle world evolve. I hope you can fulfill my request. Holding the green lotus of good fortune in his hand, Qing bowed to Taoist Mingi and said, if he wanted to ask for help, he had to have the attitude of asking for help. Qing was well aware of this. Sigh, take it. Seeing the green lotus of good fortune, Taoist Mingi felt that the secrets of heaven were clear. Without Qing saying anything, he knew what Qing wanted. After struggling for a while, Taoist Mingi took out a lotus seed of the red lotus of fire and threw it to Qing together with the congenital origin of the Northern Mystic Water Control flag. He was not afraid of offending 1 or 2 saints, but offending 6 at the same time, even the East Emperor Tai had to think twice. Mingi, naturally did not dare to. Therefore, he could not refuse Qing's request. They're finally here. After receiving the red lotus of fire and the congenital origin, Qing's face could not help but reveal an ecstatic expression. He had gathered one of the congenital origins of the 9 treasures of good fortune. The green lotus of good fortune could finally be born. This was all thanks to Pangu. If Pangu had not made a move and prevented the heavenly Tao from interfering with the netherworld, it would not have borrowed Qing's hand to evolve the Qinghua Changle world. And the birth of the green lotus of good fortune could speed up the birth of the Qinghua Changle world. In this way, even if the heavenly Tao did not like the green lotus of good fortune, in order to control the netherworld, it had to be born and would not send down the heavenly punishment. This was called the right time. The Eastern Qinghua Changle world was a boundless world composed of boundless vitality. It gathered most of the vitality of the netherworld. It could be said to be the holy land of spiritual root living beings. It was most suitable for the growth of the green lotus of good fortune. This was called the right place. The Tao ancestor came in person. The 6 saints came together, and the great magicians of the celestial sect gathered. This was called the harmony of people. All these things added together made it the best time for the green lotus of good fortune to be born. If he missed this time, it would be difficult for him to encounter a second time in his life. Thank you, Uncle Master Mingi. I will definitely repay you generously in the future for helping me. After calming down from the ecstasy, Qing thanked Taoist Mingi. Just based on Taoist Mingi's actions today, if Qing had great achievements in the future and the Buddhist sect schemed against Taoist Mingi, he would definitely help to repay today's kindness. You're welcome. It's all for the celestial sect of wonders. Taoist Mingi waved his hand and replied expressionlessly. This was really for the celestial sect of wonders. If it wasn't for the celestial sect of wonders, he wouldn't have given the red lotus seed and the congenital origin to others. As for the generous repayment that Qing mentioned, Taoist Mingi didn't care at all. If it was his master, the Grand Master of Heaven, who said it, it would be fine. He was just a junior. What ability could he have? Qing smiled and didn't say anything. He had roughly guessed what Taoist Mingi meant. But so what? Everything would be revealed in the future. Go! Qing formed a Tao seal and sent the green lotus of good fortune and the origin of the 9 treasures of good fortune that he had collected earlier into the Eastern Qinghua Changle world so that they could fuse there. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Sensing the aura of the same origin on the green lotus of good fortune, the white lotus of purification and the white cloud-bound flag trembled inexplicably and released wisps of origin that gathered towards him. Chapter 407. In the depths of the eastern world of everlasting joy, a 9-colored brilliance bloomed. The creation chi surged, and the laws of great Tao filled the air. It was abnormally mystical. That was the phenomenon caused by the growth of the creation green lotus. An extraordinary object would definitely have an extraordinary appearance. Needless to say, the creation green lotus was extraordinary. Even though it was only a connate numinous treasure, it still had boundless power. Even heaven and earth had to celebrate its rebirth. The nine-colored light was formed by the origins of the four Khanate lotus platforms and the Khanate five elements flag. It enveloped the creation green lotus and deduced the origin of creation. It explained the true meaning of the great Tao and helped it take root. Before long, the Khanate origins of the creation nine treasures were completely absorbed by the creation green lotus. As for the creation green lotus, it also grew into a lotus flower. A green lotus flower. That was the creation green lotus. The three treasures. No, one of the four chaos cardinal treasures, the creation green lotus. It was the cardinal treasure in Pangu's hands and also the strongest spirit root in the world. It was even stronger than the world tree. However, the grade 36 creation green lotus was completely destroyed. Even if it could be reproduced, it was not something that Xianqing could do now. Therefore, the creation green lotus that was born from the creation green lotus was only grade 12. It was a supreme grade Khanate numinous treasure and not even a Khanate cardinal treasure. It was of the same level as the other four lotus platforms and was not much stronger. A supreme grade Khanate numinous treasure? In that case, it's not beyond my expectations. Looking at the grade 12 creation green lotus in front of him, Xianqing had already guessed it. However, he could not help but be disappointed when he saw it for himself. The creation nine treasures that Xianqing obtained was not the main body after all. It was a Khanate origin and its power was limited. It was already very good that it could nurture a grade 12 creation green lotus. However, humans were often dissatisfied. They always hope for the best and not the best. When the results deviated from the expectations in one's heart, disappointment was inevitable. However, in the blink of an eye, Xianqing adjusted his mentality and destroyed the disappointment in his heart. The grade 12 creation green lotus was already very good. In the primordial world, there were only a few that could be compared to it. It was second only to Khanate cardinal treasures. Moreover, it didn't matter if it wasn't a Khanate cardinal treasure. He still had the 12th grade pure white lotus and the western white cloud-bound flag. As long as it swallowed the two supreme grade Khanate spirit treasures and combined the power of the three supreme grade Khanate spirit treasures, the 12th grade green lotus of creation would naturally be upgraded to a Khanate cardinal treasure. If that was the case, why should he be disappointed? The creation green lotus was destined to become a Khanate cardinal treasure, and all the conditions were met. The only thing he lacked was the right timing. Once the time was right, he would succeed. Unfortunately, this was not the time to upgrade the green lotus of creation. The heavenly Tao could tolerate the existence of a supreme grade Khanate numinous treasure green lotus of creation, but it might not be able to tolerate the existence of a Khanate cardinal treasure green lotus of creation. Referring to the predecessor of the green lotus of creation, it was split by the three pure ones. Therefore, Xianqing decided not to advance under the eyes of the heavenly Tao to avoid unnecessary trouble. One day, he would find an opportunity to head to the great chaos outer realm. Only then would it be safe to advance there. After all, the outer realm was the true home of the green lotus of creation. Only there could he receive the best treatment. If he stayed in the primordial world, he would only be endlessly feared by the heavenly Tao. He would be in danger of being destroyed at any time. Moreover, referring to the chaos bead, he had completed his advancement in the great chaos outer realm and become a chaos numinous treasure, not a Khanate cardinal treasure. The green lotus of creation, which was in the same situation as him, should be able to receive the same treatment. Compared to a Khanate cardinal treasure, a chaos numinous treasure was still stronger. It was not strength in terms of power, but strength in essence. The evolution of the great Tao was the process of going from simple to complicated. As time passed, the great Tao would become more and more complicated and produce endless mysteries. But at the same time, it would also become more and more difficult to comprehend. Therefore, the closer it was to the initial era, the simpler the great Tao rules were. The closer it was to the essence of the great Tao, the easier it was to comprehend. A chaos numinous treasure appeared before a Khanate cardinal treasure. It was definitely older than a connate cardinal treasure and closer to the essence of the great Tao. Xianqing expressed that he did not know who was stronger between the two and did not dare to make a judgment. However, he knew one thing. Under the same talent, a person with a chaos numinous treasure would definitely cultivate faster than a person with a connate cardinal treasure. One was close to the essence of the great Tao, while the other was on the surface of the great Tao. The difference was extremely obvious. The older, the more powerful. It was not a joke. At the end of the realm, all divine abilities, magic treasures, and magic powers were useless. What was competing was one's control of the great Tao. At this time, the advantage of ancient living beings was reflected. They were closer to the essence of the great Tao than the living beings born later. Naturally, their cultivation was faster. This was the reason why connate god fiends were far less powerful than chaos fiend gods. Born a generation later, he missed out on too much. The later they were born, the more difficult it was to cultivate. The Tao at the beginning was one it was naturally easy to comprehend. After that, Tao was 2, 3 in all things. The difficulty of cultivation could be imagined. The birth of the green lotus of creation was celebrated by heaven and earth, and all kinds of phenomena were born. Above the 9 heavens, there was auspicious aura descending. Under the ground, golden light surged out. Together, it surged towards the green lotus of creation. This was the blessing of heaven and earth to the green lotus of creation. The green lotus of creation had contributed greatly to the birth of the primordial world. Now that it had been reborn, boundless benefits would naturally descend. In a place where no one could notice, the heaven-opening luck that dissipated between heaven and earth slowly waved towards the green lotus of creation and blessed it. Such a change could be hidden from others, but it could not be hidden from Xianqing. Seeing this, he was naturally overjoyed. The more heaven-opening luck, the greater the hope of attaining the Tao. How could he not be happy? However, while he was happy, he could not help but feel worried. There was a limit to the heaven-opening luck. How much luck could there be that dissipated between heaven and earth back then? Most of the heaven-opening luck was still left on some heaven-opening artifacts. In addition to absorbing the heaven-opening luck that dissipated between heaven and earth, the green lotus of creation could also absorb the heaven-opening luck of others. For example, the connate 4 great lotus platforms, the connate 5 element flags. These connate spirit treasures formed from the fragments of the green lotus of creation. The heaven-opening luck originally belonged to the green lotus of creation. It was only after it shattered that it was scattered on these connate spirit treasures. But now, the green lotus of creation was reborn, so the heaven-opening luck naturally had to be taken back. It was just that its level was too low now, and the heaven-opening luck it could absorb was limited. That was why it did not attract the attention of others. However, once the green lotus of creation advanced, it could accommodate more heaven-opening luck. The owners of those treasures of creation were not fools. Naturally, they would find the reason why the luck of the treasures of creation disappeared for no reason. With their intelligence, they would definitely not be able to hide it. Sooner or later, they would find the green lotus of creation. Chapter 408. When that time comes, Xianqing was in big trouble. Thinking about the owners of the 9 treasures of destiny, one would know how terrifying this force was. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it could overturn the primordial world. Therefore, if the creation green lotus wanted to advance into a chaos spiritual treasure, it had to be planned at length. Rumble. Not to mention how complicated Xianqing's heart was. After the birth of the green lotus of creation, the heavenly Tao rhyme came one after another and integrated into his body. At the same time, the world of everlasting joy of the Eastern Qinghua also gained some benefits from this and completely evolved. The world was completely enveloped by green light, and it was dazzling and resplendent. Moreover, it was suffused with boundless vitality and emanated the aura of creation. This green light was the light of creation. The birth of the green lotus of creation had given the green lotus of creation many benefits. The transformation of endless life force into the light of creation was one of them. Following the birth of the Viridian everlasting joy realm, the nether realm underwent another change. The entire realm was filled with an aura of perfection, and the laws of heaven and earth were abnormally active. He was even more perfect. Is it done? This unforeseen event awakened Qianqing from his absent-mindedness. He looked at the green splendor world of perpetual joy once again. Who could truly control the future? It was better to grasp the present as best as possible. There was no point in thinking too much about the matter of the good fortune azure lotus. It was better to think about it when Xiao Chun became stronger in the future. Go! Putting aside his worries, Qianqing took a step forward and arrived at the Qinghua everlasting joy realm. Qing! His eyes were full of bruises. It was a boundless green, as expected of the green splendor everlasting music world. This world was green in color. Qianqing looked around, and all he could see was green without any other colors. The mountains were green, the water was green, the earth was green, and even the sun was green. It was extremely miraculous. They were all formed from the aura of creation. Every blade of grass and every tree in this world had the power of creation. If placed in the outside world, they could revive the dead and regrow flesh and bones. It could be said to be extremely precious. However, in the Qinghua everlasting joy realm, it had become an ordinary item. This showed how extraordinary this realm was. 10 Directions Pure Land. Seeing this, Qianqing thought of another name for the Qinghua everlasting music realm in the future. The 10 Directions Pure Land, rebirth as one wishes. This was the holy land of the mortal world after death. By coming here, one would be able to transcend. The Tai, Heavenly Lord of Salvation from Misery, was also known as Heavenly Lord of 10 Directions. This was where the name of the 10 Directions Pure Land came from. However, although this place was called the Pure Land, it had nothing to do with Buddhism at all. It was a proper Taoist holy land. The Buddhist Pure Land of Bliss was located in the Western Pure Land of Bliss, not in the Netherworld. Although the purpose of the two was similar, they were indeed two different places. As for who brought it up first, Qianqing had no idea. It was unknown whether Taoism copied Buddhism or Buddhism copied Taoism. Anyway, in the future, it was already very serious for two companies to plagiarize each other. Arriving at the center of the realm, Qianqing saw the 9-colored light enveloping the green lotus of good fortune. He smiled and walked up. Heavenly Tao above. Today's Xian sect's disciple, Qianqing, has established a world in the netherworld, the Eastern Qinghua world of everlasting joy. I want to use this place to guide the souls of the dead to the afterlife, so that those ghosts who have no one to rely on will not suffer from hunger and cold. For those who have accumulated merit, done good deeds, understood the Tao, and achieved great merit. The Poor Way wants to personally guide them, ride the lotus platform of purification, scatter the auspicious light of 100 treasures, and help them ascend to immortality, attain the Tao, and transcend life and death. As soon as he finished speaking, merit descended. Bright golden light descended from the sky and completely enveloped Qianqing. It was as if he was wearing a layer of golden clothes. It was abnormally gorgeous. There wasn't much merit, not even 1,000th of the reincarnation merit. But the meaning it represented was extremely extraordinary. That heavenly Tao above opened the curtain of everything, marking the official entry of the heavenly Tao into the netherworld. Otherwise, why would the heavenly Tao bear witness to the world that belonged to the underworld? Not bad. Qianqing is indeed blessed. In the outside world, the saints saw Qianqing's performance and couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. This time, their mission was considered completed. They didn't have to worry about the punishment of the heavenly Tao anymore. It was just that they owed Hutu a favor, which was more troublesome. As for the rest, they were all within their acceptable range. However, the 6 saints were already very satisfied with this. The price they had to pay this time was much less than expected. Rumble. One could see that the power of the heavenly Tao entered the netherworld along with the power of merit, and then spread to the entire world, fusing with the rules of heaven and earth. From then on, the heavenly Tao had taken root in the netherworld. Although it couldn't completely control the netherworld, it could still interfere a little. Moreover, everything that happened in this world could be investigated by it. The only thing that wasn't affected by the heavenly Tao was the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. 6 fellow Taoists. In this case, are you satisfied? After everything was settled, Huda looked at the 6 of them and said coldly, "Fellow Taoist Hutu, please calm down." Poor Wei and the others promised that if there's nothing important in the future, they won't step into the netherworld. Since their goal had been achieved, the 6 saints' attitude towards Hutu softened, as they said with a smile. In any case, it didn't mean much to them whether they came to the netherworld or not. The 6 saints wouldn't lose anything by saying some soft words to Hutu to calm her anger. Oomph. In that case, then please go back, fellow Taoists. With a cold snort, Hutu sent them off. It was really infuriating to see them. Since everything was over, it was better to send them away as soon as possible so that they wouldn't be an eyesore here. Fellow Taoist Hutu, poor Wei and the others will take their leave first. After cupping their fists, the figures of the 6 saints gradually disappeared and left this place. In fact, there was no need for Hutu to speak. They were about to leave. Did they really think that the saints wanted to come here? Here. They sensed the long-lost danger. Although it sounded unbelievable, it really happened. Therefore, if it weren't for the heavenly Tao forcing them, they would never have approached this place. This place made them uneasy, causing them to lose the ability to control everything. Fellow Taoist Hutu, after disturbing you for so long, poor Wei and the others should leave. After the 6 saints left, the great beings also bid farewell to Hutu. This dispute, after a long time, was started by the celestial sect of wonders. After understanding all of this, these disciples of the celestial sect of wonders didn't have the face to continue staying here. They only wanted to leave as soon as possible. Sigh. This matter has nothing to do with you, fellow Taoists. After sighing, Hutu said with understanding. She knew that although these people were disciples of the celestial sect of wonders in name, that was all they could do. They couldn't be the master of any celestial sect of wonders. In the end, they have no face. Fellow Taoist Hutu, we'll go now. We'll meet again if fate allows. With a helpless smile, everyone left one after another. After this departure, I'm afraid that we won't meet again for many years. Looking at the backs of everyone leaving, not only Hutu, but even Dijun, Tai, the 6 saints, and the great beings who had been famous for a long time in the primordial world were a little absent-minded. Chapter 409. These people were all people who lived in seclusion. If nothing unexpected happened, after returning this time, they would no longer be seen in the primordial world. They would not step into the mortal world and pursue the Tao wholeheartedly. Fellow Taoists, have a safe journey. Everyone was speechless. They sent out their most sincere blessings in their hearts and watched them leave. As for Xianqing, no one paid attention to him. Poor him, he was completely forgotten. He stayed in the eastern Qinghua realm alone. Fellow Taoist, are you free now? I have something to discuss with you. After everyone left, Feng Zichen walked to Hutu's side and said softly, "What's the matter?" Hutu looked at him in surprise and asked, "It's not convenient here. Let's talk elsewhere." Looking at the sky, Feng Zichen hinted. The sky? Frowning, Hutu looked at the sky and instantly reacted. Feng Zichen was hinting at the heavenly Tao. Then this matter was definitely not ordinary. It was an important matter. If not, why would he hide it from the heavenly Tao? All right then, let's go to the 6 paths of reincarnation disc and talk. After thinking for a while, Hutu pointed at the 6 paths of reincarnation disc and said, the only thing she could think of that could hide from the heavenly Tao's perception, other than Pengu's Hall, was the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. Okay, Nodding, Feng Zichen expressed that he understood. Brother, I have something to discuss with fellow Taoist Fengdu. Please go to the netherworld and wait for a while. We'll be back soon. Turning around, Hutu said to the group of ancestral magi apologetically, It's fine. Sister, go ahead. We haven't had the time to take a good look at the birth of the netherworld. We can take this opportunity to walk around the netherworld. See what's the difference between it and the heaven realm. Shaking his head, Dijiang replied indifferently. What he said made sense. The netherworld was the world that Pangu had prepared for the Magi. It was also one of the escape routes for the Magi. Of course, he had to understand it well. Yes, brother, I'll go first. Seeing that he was right, Huta didn't say anything more and walked directly to the 6 paths of reincarnation. Greetings, fellow Taoist Dijiang. After greeting Dijiang, Fengdu quickly followed Hutu. Who is he? Why does he give me a familiar feeling? Could it be that I know him? Looking at Fengdu's back, Dijiang frowned. He felt that he should know Fengdu, but he couldn't remember who Fengdu was. It had to be said that Dijiang's spiritual sense was really strong. However, Feng Zichen's incarnation had undergone the baptism of reincarnation. As long as he did not take the initiative to expose himself, it would be difficult for outsiders to discover his true origin. Forget it. I won't think about it anymore. When Huta comes back, we'll ask her directly. After thinking for a long time, Dijiang still couldn't figure it out. He simply stopped thinking about it and planned to ask Huta directly later. After that, he brought the other ancestral magi and strolled around the netherworld. On the other side, Fengdu walked silently behind the Lady of Earth, constantly organizing his words in his heart, intending to persuade her to set up the Yin Court. Now that everyone had left, it was time to bring up the matter of establishing the Yin Court. Fengdu and the Lady of Earth discussed the matter of the Yin Court for the time being. On the other hand, Feng Zichen had been in a state of excitement ever since he obtained the origin of the tunnel. When everything in the netherworld was over, he directly left Fengdu's incarnation to guard this place. He couldn't wait to leave this place and return to the ancestral land of the human race. He wanted to refine the origin of the tunnel. That was the great Taoist priests. Daluo Jingxian was invincible. The great Taoist priest who would become primordial Daluo Jingxian in the primordial world. Who could resist his temptation? Feng Zichen didn't know about others, but he definitely couldn't, especially since he was only a line away from the great Taoist priests. It could be said that he was within reach. That was even more impossible to endure. After refining the origin of the tunnel in his hand, he would be the great Taoist priests. Thinking about it was really exciting. Fengdu has already bloomed the flower of the tunnel. As the original body, I can't fall behind. After teasing himself, Feng Zichen took out the origin of the tunnel and directly refined it. This origin of the tunnel was not prepared for him. Instead, it was forcefully taken by the Lady of Earth. It was not compatible with his aura. Naturally, the refinement was not as smooth as the previous two. It even caused a strong resistance from the origin of the tunnel. Boom, boom, boom. The true will of all things surged out from the origin of the tunnel and transformed into various forms. It contended with Feng Zichen's mana and prevented him from refining it. That wasn't all. The origin of the tunnel rumbled and resonated with the mountains, rivers, and earth. It stirred up the power of the earth and headed toward Feng Zichen. For a moment, Feng Zichen felt that his body was incomparably heavy. It was as if he was carrying an ancient divine mountain on his back. It was so heavy that he couldn't breathe. Even with Feng Zichen's cultivation, he was still pressed down. It could be seen how heavy it was. A mere origin of the tunnel actually wants to defy the heavens and escape my suppression. What a joke. Great Tao furnace, refined for me. Feng Zichen couldn't help but be furious that he couldn't refine the origin of the tunnel. He directly summoned the Great Tao furnace and stored it inside, using the power of the Great Tao to refine it. Compared to the power of the Great Tao, the origin of the tunnel was much weaker. Therefore, Even if the power of the great Tao possessed by the great Tao furnace only had a trace of the true power of the great Tao, it was definitely not something that the origin of the tunnel could contend against. In the great Tao furnace, the arrogant origin of the tunnel was completely suppressed by the power of the great Tao. Traces of the origin were refined and merged into Feng Zichen's body. However, as he watched, Feng Zichen discovered a drawback of the great Tao furnace. That was, there was no corresponding Tao fire. If there was a furnace, there naturally had to be a fire. Even the Grand Pure One had to use the connate 8 trigrams furnace to refine pills with the purple Tusita fire. Of course, the great Tao furnace also needed a matching Tao fire. In the past, when the great Tao furnace was still the heaven and earth furnace, Feng Zichen used the fire of all creations. This was a variant of the starfire. Because the starfire was too eye-catching, Feng Zichen didn't dare to use it. He was afraid that it would attract the attention of the demons, so he changed it into the fire of all creations. Of course, the power of this fire was very powerful. It was not inferior to the 10 great primordial true fires. It was more than enough when paired with the heaven and earth furnace. However, the heaven and earth furnace had been upgraded and became the great Tao furnace. As a result, the fire of all creations was not compatible and could not fully unleash the full power of the great Tao furnace. This also led to the fact that although the great Tao furnace could suppress the origin of the tunnel, its refining speed was a little slow. So I was negligent. It wasn't too late to discover it now, but he couldn't make it in time to refine the origin of the tunnel. It took time to deduce a connate true fire, especially the connate true fire that was suitable for the great Tao furnace. It was even more difficult to deduce. The great Tao was born in the chaos, so the most suitable great Tao furnace was naturally the legendary chaos true fire. The flame that was born in the chaos was one of the most ancient flames. It could be said to be the source of fire, and its power was beyond imagination. Chapter 410. This kind of flame was so powerful that it could be called the most powerful flame in the primordial world. It was even stronger than the 10 great primordial true fires. It was naturally difficult to deduce and had all kinds of restrictions. To be honest, with Feng Zichen's current cultivation, the possibility of refining this flame was extremely small. If not for the chaos bead, a supreme treasure related to the origin of chaos, he would never dare to deduce the flame of chaos. Because of this, fire was not something from the primordial world, but something from the chaos. It was almost impossible for it to appear in the world. It was only because Feng Zichen had the chaos bead that he dared to have such a bold idea. Go! With a thought, Feng Zichen took out the chaos bead and took out a wisp of the origin of chaos. He activated the power of the Tao of fire and ignited it. Immediately, the origin of chaos turned into a ball of gray flames and burned towards the great Tao furnace. This was the flame of chaos. It looked ordinary, but it had great power. Wherever it passed, the void was destroyed and the laws were shattered, turning back into the state of chaos. One could see its power. At this time, although Feng Zichen had not cultivated the flame of chaos, a supreme divine power, he could still use it with the help of the chaos bead. Igniting the origin of chaos with the Tao of fire, even if it was not the flame of chaos, it was not far away. Rumble. The flame of chaos fell into the great Tao furnace, and the speed of refining the origin of the Tao immediately accelerated. The connate qi in Feng Zichen's body kept jumping, as if a flower was about to bloom. However, at this moment, Feng Zichen's attention was not on the origin of the Tao at all. Instead, it was focused on the flame of chaos. Countless runes flowed in his eyes, evolving into all kinds of miraculous things. They turned into 2 beams of divine light and entered the flame of chaos to pry into its Tao and truth. Obviously, he planned to take this opportunity to comprehend a trace of the great Tao from this ball of flame of chaos and lay the foundation for creating the supreme flame of chaos in the future. The more powerful the divine ability, the more difficult it was to create, and the higher the realm required. Although Feng Zichen's cultivation was not high, he could accumulate his foundation in advance. When his cultivation reached a certain level, he could evolve the divine ability in one fell swoop. This was the plan for the future. Just like that, time slowly passed. Pooh! One day, Feng Zichen suddenly felt a throbbing and hurriedly woke up from his Tao comprehension. Looking up, he saw that the Taoist flower had bloomed. 3 flowers at one's prominence and 5 qis collecting. This was the symbol of Daoyuo Jinxian's perfection. At this moment, Feng Zichen had finally stepped into the realm of Daoyuo Jinxian. Furthermore, his 3 flowers, they were different from the other 3 flowers. It was a true flower of Tao. Each flower bloomed with 12 grades, and they were all a noble purple color. They contained the power of heaven, earth, and man. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The moment the 3 flowers were formed, a certain condition seemed to have been met, and they resonated. From the unseen and untraceable place, a supreme force was directed into Feng Zichen's body. Yes, in an instant, Feng Zichen felt that he was different. It was as if he had undergone a huge change, but he could not tell exactly what the change was. Puzzled, he raised his head to take a look. Phew, what is that? When he raised his head, Feng Zichen was shocked. He saw that above the 9 heavens, a purple gold Tao wheel had suddenly appeared and was slowly rotating. So round, so perfect. Looking at the purple gold Tao wheel, Feng Zichen seemed to be shocked and could not help but praise it. That purple gold Tao wheel was too perfect. It was so perfect that nothing in this world could compare to it. It was as if everything in front of him had all kinds of flaws. That was the reason why Feng Zichen was amazed. He had seen many treasures, but none of them gave him such a perfect feeling like the Tao wheel in front of him. Even the chaos bead could not compare to it. Feng Zichen had only felt a similar feeling for Pangu. That meant that this item was infinitely close to Pangu. What was even more amazing was that there were countless runes on the Tao wheel that covered the entire wheel. It was extremely mysterious. Just looking at it would make one feel dizzy. Feng Zichen only took a slight glance and felt as if his head had exploded. Countless chaotic information filled his mind, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. He quickly closed his eyes and did not dare to look again. That was extremely unbelievable. What realm was Feng Zichen at now? Daoyuo Jinxian had reached perfection. It could be said to be the pinnacle of the Tao. At such a realm, what runes could he not comprehend? Even the supreme great magic, the Khanate Tao scripture, and the saints' classics were placed in front of him. Although he could not comprehend it at a glance, it was not difficult to understand its meaning. But even so, the innate runes on the wheel, not to mention understanding its meaning, just looking at it made him feel confused. He did not understand its meaning at all and even felt dizzy. This meant that the level of the purple gold wheel had surpassed that of a saint. It was an endless, mysterious treasure that completely exceeded Feng Zichen's understanding. That was why he could not pry into it. Outside the innate runes, there were endless rules. They were like patterns that were imprinted on the edge of the purple gold wheel. The rules of heaven and earth were extremely similar to the rules that formed the primitive world, but they were more profound. It was like their origin, making Feng Zichen unable to see through them. After looking at it for a long time, he even felt a sense of dizziness. It was even more serious than the after effects of looking at the innate runes just now. After a while, Feng Zichen calmed down the restlessness in his mind and continued to look at the purple gold wheel. However, with the previous lesson, he did not dare to look at the runes and rules on it again. Instead, he looked elsewhere. This time, Feng Zichen saw silk threads, countless silk threads. Those silk threads came from nowhere and stretched out from the void. They were densely packed and tightly wrapped around the wheel. And as the wheel rotated, they became tighter and tighter. These silk threads were different from the rule runes and did not have the slightest bit of magic. Feng Zichen looked at them for a long time and did not feel uncomfortable. He continued to look at them, wanting to see their origin. At first, he did not feel anything strange. But after looking at them for a long time, he did not discover their origin and found that something was wrong. It was fine that the silk threads were entangled deeper and deeper, but as the silk threads were entangled deeper and deeper with the wheel, it began to affect the speed of its rotation. It was as if there was a huge monster at the end of the silk threads that firmly held the wheel and did not let it continue to rotate. Although this effect was very small and almost undetectable, and if not for Feng Zichen's careful observation, he would not have discovered it. But it did affect the rotation of the wheel. Perhaps he could not see anything now, but as time passed, there would be more and more silk threads firmly wrapped around the wheel, bringing him great pressure. Chapter 411. This pressure would become stronger and stronger. First, it would continuously slow down the speed of the Tao wheel. In the end, it would even completely drag the Tao wheel, causing it to completely stop spinning and stand quietly in the void. Then, something big would happen in the primordial world. At this point, how could Feng Zichen not understand the origin of the purple gold Tao wheel? It was clearly the true ruler of the primordial world, the supreme heavenly Tao. That's right. In the primordial world, only the three Taos of heaven, earth, and man could be so magical and powerful, far surpassing the saints and directly comparable to Pangu. This purple gold Tao wheel existed above the 9 heavens, in the deepest part of the boundless void. Its origin was self-evident. Good boy, if the heavenly Tao stops operating, the primordial world will be exciting. I'm afraid that the primordial world will be destroyed and the immeasurable calamity will descend soon. Feng Zichen frowned and looked at the heavenly Tao. He thought with some fear. The heavenly Tao slowly rotated. It was clearly a sign of operating the world and pushing the laws. If it completely stopped, it would be terrible. There would not be a big problem in the primordial world. However, whenever the world reached the end, the heavenly Tao would be the first to sense it. It would be affected and stop operating. Therefore, if the heavenly Tao stopped operating, it would be the arrival of the immeasurable calamity and the precursor to the destruction of the world. That thread is... Looking at the thread, Feng Zichen frowned tightly. He wanted to see its origin and solve this problem for the heavenly Tao. No one could stand idly by when they saw such a major matter that concerned the survival of the primordial world. Moreover, he was a promising young man. Furthermore, he had the heavy responsibility of Pangu on him. It was even more impossible for him to ignore it. Unfortunately, even the heavenly Tao could not solve it. It was even more impossible for Feng Zichen. After looking carefully for a while, he still did not find any useful information. Connate 8 trigrams. For some reason, a thought flashed through Feng Zichen's mind. He used the supreme, mystical ability passed down by Fuxi. The Connate 8 trigrams was the foundation of Fuxi's Tao. At the same time, it was also the pillar of the primordial world. Its power was naturally top-notch. Just in terms of deduction alone, the innate 8 trigrams was enough to rank in the top 3, not to mention that it had other functions. The shadow of the innate 8 trigrams appeared in Feng Zichen's eyes. Heaven and earth changed greatly, and the universe was transformed. The secrets of the threads were gradually revealed in front of him. Yes, it actually worked. The ability of the pre-celestial 8 trigrams was somewhat beyond Feng Zichen's expectations, but it made him a little excited. Originally, he only had a flash of inspiration and wanted to give it a try. He did not know whether it would succeed or not. Who would have thought that it would actually work? This was truly a huge surprise. The 3 flowers at one's prominence had caused great changes in Feng Zichen, but the specific changes were somewhat inexplicable and required him to figure out himself. Seeing the heavenly Tao was one of them. This was the second reason why the power of the divine ability would be increased. Yes, that's right. After Feng Zichen cultivated the 3 flowers at one's prominence, the power of the divine ability had increased by an entire realm, and his understanding of the Great Path had also increased by a level. Otherwise, with his current mastery of the pre-celestial 8 trigrams, it would be impossible for him to deduce the origin of the threads. But now, He had easily done it without much effort. It had to be said that this was the benefit of forming the three flowers of heaven, earth, and man. Karma, that's reasonable. Withdrawing his divine ability, Feng Zichen was a little absent-minded. That thread was the thread of karma. It was the karma of all living beings that firmly entangled the heavenly path, pulling it and preventing it from continuing to operate. Sigh. This is troublesome. After understanding the origin of the threads, Feng Zichen could not help but have a headache. He had no way of dealing with this matter. Previously, he did not know the origin of the threads. Seeing that they were harmful to the heavenly path, Feng Zichen was extremely nervous and wished that he could leave and burn those threads. But now, after understanding that the threads were the threads of karma, the nervousness in Feng Zichen's heart disappeared. He was not as worried as before. He just felt that it was a little troublesome. The heavenly path would clean up the threads of karma on its own, so he did not have to worry about it. When the heavenly path felt that the existence of the threads of karma affected its operation, it would trigger the calamity of heaven and earth and clean up the primordial world. It would clean up the karma that was entangled with it in one go. This was the origin of the calamity of heaven and earth. There was too much karma accumulated between heaven and earth, and it had already hindered the operation of the heavenly path. In order to protect itself, the heavenly path triggered the calamity to clean up everything. This was completely understandable. Karma came from all living beings. This sin should naturally be borne by all living beings. Only in this way could the justice of the heavenly path be demonstrated. In fact, triggering the calamity and cleaning up the primordial world was also a method that the heavenly path had no choice but to do. If someone could clear up all the karma that was entangled in the heavenly path and let it operate steadily, there would naturally be no more calamity in the primordial world. However, that was completely impossible. The karma of a world was huge and complicated. They were connected to each other and entangled with each other. There was no clue at all. It was impossible to clear them up. Even an existence like the heavenly path that had no intelligence and was completely programmed could not be sorted out, let alone sentient beings. If not for that, the heavenly path would not have sent down a killing tribulation to clean up a portion of the living beings of the primordial world and cut off the messy karma. That was the simplest and fastest method. It would also cause the least damage to heaven and earth. However, there was no perfect method in the world. There were still loopholes in this method. Not all karma could be cut off quickly. Some karma was like poison that was attached to the bones. It was firmly entangled in the heavenly path and could not be removed no matter what. Previously, it had been said that the heavenly path could sacrifice everything for the primordial world. Among them, there was no lack of people who had contributed to the world. Not only that, those with merit would definitely be protected by the heavenly path. If these people died, it would be on the heavenly path. Even the Pangu would form karma, let alone the heavenly path. If these people died, the heavenly path would naturally be entangled in karma and could not be removed. In that case, there was quite a lot of karma on the heavenly path. It was easy to end the karma of all living beings. It was fine as long as they all died. However, how could the karma of the heavenly path be ended? Naturally, he had to let the heavenly Tao die to end everything. As time passed, the karma would accumulate, and the heavenly Tao would not be able to remove it. When it could not withstand the weight of the karma, the heavenly Tao would stop operating. In that case, the immeasurable calamity would arrive. The calamity was the sin of all living beings. It was the retribution given to all living beings by the heavenly Tao. The immeasurable calamity was the sin of the heavenly Tao. It was the retribution given to the heavenly Tao by those who had died. The heavenly Tao could not withstand the weight of karma. It would naturally collapse. In that case, the world would be destroyed and all karma would be cleared. Chapter 412. In the primordial world, it was easy to survive the immeasurable calamity. Not only could Feng Zichen not think of a way to solve this matter, But even the many great divine powers and the high and mighty saints could not solve it. The only thing they could do was to cultivate hard, hoping to reach the realm of primordial chaos Deluo Jinxian before the immeasurable calamity and transcend everything. Under the immeasurable calamity, everything would return to chaos. Nothing and everything would be the same. Only primordial chaos Deluo Jinxian could escape. The so-called immortality of the primordial world relied on the primordial world. It could only be said that as long as the world was not destroyed, Deluo would not die. If the world was destroyed, Deluo Jinxian would lose his support and die. Why did the great divine powers painstakingly pursue the primordial chaos Dao realm? They did not want to die in the immeasurable calamity. After becoming Deluo Jinxian, the only thing that could worry them was the immeasurable calamity. Although they did not know when the immeasurable calamity would come, they knew that it would definitely come. This was a calamity that all worlds could not escape. The sins of the world should be suffered by all living beings. Under the immeasurable calamity, primordial chaos Deluo Jinxian could survive, but countless living beings below would be destroyed along with the primordial world. Born in the primordial world and die in the primordial world. This was a cycle and also a cause and effect. Unless the primordial world could be promoted to an eternal world, it could jump out of this cycle. It's not that there's no way. Thinking of the eternal world, Feng Zichen could not help but think of a way. That was to continuously raise the level of the primordial world before the immeasurable calamity so that it could bear more karma and not be implicated by karma and enter the realm of the end. Although this method was somewhat like drinking poison to quench thirst, it was the only way Feng Zichen could think of. At the same time, this was also the method that the Heavenly Tao was currently using. The purpose of launching the immeasurable calamity was not only to end karma, but also to harvest a wave of origin of the world. However, although the Heavenly Tao's plan was very good, reality was often different from expectations. In the untainted land, even the way of heaven could not truly control everything. After all, the water in the untainted land was too deep. There were too many people and things that were out of control. Maybe there was a backup plan left by the Chaos Fiend God somewhere. Moreover, the great adepts were too powerful. He was strong enough to destroy the world. As a result, the origins that the Heavenly Tao reclaimed were far from enough to make up for the damage caused to the primordial world during the battle between the great divine abilities, let alone being used for advancement. Therefore, after each cultivation tribulation, the untainted land, which was supposed to be stronger, became weaker. From this, it could be seen that having too many powerful beings was not necessarily a good thing. If they were to really cause a ruckus, perhaps the world would be destroyed by them before the immeasurable calamity arrived. Therefore, if Feng Zichen wanted to upgrade the level of the untainted land, the first thing he had to do was to strengthen the untainted land so that it could withstand the impact of the great mediums. Of course, Feng Zichen could not do this. Even Dao ancestor Hong Jun could not do it. He was the Deluo Jinxian, who was still thousands of miles away from the primordial chaos Dao realm. If he wanted to do it, wouldn't he be dreaming? However, although Feng Zichen could not do it, Pangu could. The Tree of World was prepared for this. This was the backup plan that Pangu had prepared for the untainted land. Every time he thought of this, Feng Zichen admired Pangu in his heart. When the untainted land had just been created, he had seen all kinds of things in the future and left a solution. How could such a realm and such strength not be amazing? It seems that the matter of upgrading the Tree of World can't be delayed any longer. I have to hurry up and upgrade its strength to the primordial chaos Dao realm. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen had a headache. If the Tree of World wanted to support the untainted land, it had to be at least at the primordial chaos Dao realm. Otherwise, no matter how extraordinary its essence was, it would be crushed under the heavy pressure of the untainted land. It would be difficult for it to support the untainted land. But the primordial chaos Dao realm, how could it be so easy? Feng Zichen had spent so many treasures, but he had only managed to upgrade the level of the Tree of World to the half-step primordial chaos Tao realm. After that, no matter what price he paid, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. The level of the Tree of World did not change at all. It was useless. Although the half-step primordial chaos Tao realm and the primordial chaos Tao realm were only half a step apart, the difference was like heaven and earth. One was detached from everything and smiled at the changes of time. The other was still struggling in time and space. It was restricted by heaven and earth and could not transcend. It was too difficult to advance. It was not enough to rely on treasures. It needed more opportunities. What the Tree of World lacked was opportunities. It was not just the Tree of World. In the untainted land, all the great mediums who had reached this realm lacked opportunities. Once the opportunity arrived, they could be reborn and achieve the primordial chaos Tao realm that transcended everything. I wonder what opportunities the Tree of World lacks. There's not much time left for me. At this time, even Feng Zichen could not help but feel a little anxious. With the establishment of the 6 paths of reincarnation, the shaman demon tribulation was not far away. If he did not think of a way to upgrade the level of the Tree of World, when Mount Bujo broke, the Tree of World would not be able to support the untainted land. Then, he would end up miserable. Ever since Feng Zichen obtained the seed of the Tree of World, he had received countless benefits. Moreover, these benefits were each greater than the other. It was not an exaggeration to say that he had become who he was today. However, if these benefits were really calculated, it could be said that Pangu had paid him in advance. It was his reward for cultivating the Tree of World. Originally, these benefits should have been given to Feng Zichen after the Tree of World reached the primordial chaos Tao realm. However, Pangu felt that it was not easy for him to cultivate. It was too difficult to cultivate the Tree of World, so he paid him in advance. However, if Feng Zichen did not cultivate the Tree of World to the primordial chaos Tao realm at the last moment, he would be in big trouble. Thinking about the benefits he had received over the years, Feng Zichen could not help but feel his scalp go numb. A gust of cold air rose from the soles of his feet and rushed straight to his head, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. This karma was too great. It was so great that he could not bear it. If he really wanted to settle the score, it could be said that the more glorious he was now, the more miserable his future would be. No one would be able to save him. At that time, it would be difficult for him to die even if he wanted to. Just thinking about it was terrifying. No matter what, I have to think of a way to upgrade the level of the Tree of World. With a sudden shiver, Feng Zichen woke up from his terrifying expectations and said fiercely. He had to be afraid. If that really happened, he would have no future. The great emperor of Ziwei, the great emperor of North Star, the 6 imperial emperors of the heavenly court, the primordial chaos human emperor, they would all become illusions. It doesn't matter if there is no opportunity. Then find more innate sources. The quantity changes will cause a qualitative change. It will eventually succeed. After a while, Feng Zichen gradually calmed down and had an idea in his heart. After all, the Tree of World was a chaos spirit root. After all, it was different from the great mediums. It did not have any bottlenecks or anything like that. Even if there was no opportunity, it could rely on the unimaginable innate source or even the chaos source to forcefully upgrade to the primordial chaos level. The upgrade of the Tree of World was not as difficult as the great mediums. It only needed enough resources. Besides, it was said that the great battle between the liches and demons was not far away, but there was still some time. Perhaps during this period of time, the opportunity would arrive. F***CK, if it really doesn't work, at most, I'll destroy a few innate spirit treasures and let the Tree of World devour them. That should be enough. For a moment, Feng Zichen thought fiercely in his heart. When people were forced into a corner, they could think of any way. In his anxiety, Feng Zichen forced him to think of a solution. Although the price to pay for this method was a little beyond imagination, it was indeed very feasible. In essence, innate spirit treasures were the same as Daluo Jinxian. They were both carriers of the great Tao of heaven and earth. The thickness of their sources was beyond imagination. If the Tree of World devoured them, it would definitely be able to upgrade to the primordial chaos level at the fastest speed. It was just that this method was a little painful to use. It could only be used as a last resort. Feng Zichen could be considered a little rich in the untainted land. But if he used this method, he would probably go bankrupt. But no matter what, this method was also a solution. It could be used as a backup plan. If he really could not think of any other way, he had to use it. For the future, for the path of Tao, he could give up all worldly possessions. Sigh. I hope there won't be such a day. With this method as a foundation, Feng Zichen's nervous mood eased a lot. Therefore, he stopped paying attention to the Tree of World and continued to focus on his own changes. He just glanced at the way of heaven and wanted to solve the danger of karma. But he did not expect that it would lead to his biggest hidden danger. It had to be said that the world was unpredictable. Withdrawing his gaze from the way of heaven, Feng Zichen looked forward and saw a vast great Tao hanging in the vast land, mountains, and rivers. It was vast and boundless, pressing in all directions. Its aura was boundless and extraordinary. That was the tunnel. The tunnel was hidden in all things. Feng Zichen could only see the Tao in all things. After all, the vast aura was too strong. It could be said that it was not inferior to the way of heaven. In this case, was there any need to guess its identity? The tunnel, the mother of all things. It can command the boundless veins of the earth, mountains, rivers, and the cycle of life and death. It is the Lord of all things, the highest God in charge of creation. In a trance, Feng Zichen saw a supreme Tao fruit in the tunnel. That was the throne of the Earth Emperor. Unlike the lofty heavenly emperor and the boundless majesty of the human emperor, the Earth Emperor was incomparably heavy. It seemed to be able to bear everything and contain everything. The tunnel silently carried all living beings. The Earth Emperor naturally inherited his character. He should be the most benevolent emperor among the three emperors of heaven, earth, and human. At this moment, Feng Zichen had the urge to seek the throne of the Earth Emperor. The full name of the North Star Emperor was the North Star Upper Palace, the Heavenly Emperor of Supreme Polarity. The North Star Emperor was the Heavenly Emperor. It could be said that the throne of the Heavenly Emperor was already in Feng Zichen's hands. As for the throne of the Human Emperor, he worked hard. When the human race prospered in the future, he might be able to achieve it with the 10,000 spirit crown. In this way, the throne of the three emperors. He had already obtained 2. Chapter 4:13. If he obtained the throne of the Earth Emperor. In that case, Feng Zichen would be in control of the 3 sovereigns. In addition to the 2 supreme positions of Great Emperor Ziwei and Great Emperor Qinghua. Then, it was too terrifying. The Heavenly Emperor, Earthly Emperor, Human Emperor, Great Emperor Ziwei, Great Emperor Qinghua, these supreme powers of heaven and earth combined could be said to control everything in the primordial world. When Feng Zichen's Tao was completed, he could directly rule over all stars, all things, all forms, all gods, all spirits, and a series of supreme powers. He could almost stand shoulder to shoulder with the Celestial Emperor. At that time, even the saints could not compete with him. This was not a gap in strength, but a gap in status. No matter how strong the saints were, in the primordial world, the most powerful was still the Celestial Emperor. This was the strongest karmic position in the primordial world, the highest ruler of the primordial world, the controller of everything. The Celestial Emperor, heaven and earth. He was the primordial world. Who could humiliate him? Who would look down on him? Who dared to say that they were more noble than him? Did they not want to live anymore? Even the saints could not. Even in the future, when Hao Yan became the Celestial Emperor, although the saints looked down on him, they could only ignore him and could not do anything to him. It was not until later, when the 6 royals appeared and split the power of the Celestial Emperor, causing Emperor Hao Yan to become the Jade Emperor that the saints and their disciples dared to look down on Hao Yin. In the primordial world, the celestial emperor was the most powerful. The saints were second, great Emperor Ziwei was second, and the three emperors were third. And when the three emperors were combined, their power was close to that of the celestial emperor. In addition to great Emperor Ziwei, Feng Zichen's status was no less than that of the celestial emperor. It could be said that, except for the fact that he did not have the title of celestial emperor, the rest was not bad. In that case, why did he have to take over Hao Yin? Wouldn't it be better to directly become the celestial emperor himself? If he became the celestial emperor, he would have to face the six saints. That would be troublesome. Without the strength to match his status, that was not a good thing, but a disaster. Hao Yin was the proof. He had to wait. When the saints took action and established the six royals, completely taking over Hao Yin, he would suddenly expose his identity and take the position of celestial emperor with the power of the three emperors, catching the saints off guard. Thinking about it, the scene at that time must be very exciting. The expressions of the saints must be interesting. He had spent so much effort scheming, but in the end, he had helped someone else. Wasn't his expression interesting? This isn't right. Why have all the plans changed now? From 6 royals to 3 sovereigns. Suddenly, Feng Zichen came back to his senses and realized that his plan had been completely messed up. His initial goal was to become Great Emperor Ziwei. Later, he saw the Taoist fetus of Gaochen in the Thunder Lock and refined it into an incarnation. Only then did he have the idea of becoming one of the 6 royals and overriding the celestial ruler. At this moment, although Feng Zichen's initial goal had not changed, to become Great Emperor Ziwei, the nature of his goal had changed. From the legendary Great Emperor Ziwei to the real Great Emperor Ziwei. A great emperor of Ziwei who had no restrictions and no power to be divided. But now everything had changed. The 6 royals had yet to be born, but he was about to become one of the 3 emperors. This is really, for a moment, Feng Zichen was speechless. All of his plans were prepared to become Great Emperor Ziwei. He did not consider the throne of the 3 emperors at all. However, the 6 royals that he had meticulously planned had yet to be seen. The throne of the 3 emperors that he had no plans for at all was about to be achieved by accident. What the hell is going on? Moreover, Feng Zichen vaguely felt that there was something wrong with his state today. He was too arrogant. He actually dared to scheme against a saint. No, according to what he thought, that was not scheming, that was provocation. This was not just arrogance, it was simply arrogance, wasn't it? Did he really think that he was Pangu in the world? He was too arrogant. He was not like the low-key him at all. Feng Zichen, who came from the future, knew better than anyone else how powerful the saints were after the calamity of witches and demons. It was not an exaggeration to say that they had no opponents. How could such powerful them let a true celestial ruler be born in the primordial world and suppress them? Therefore, if anyone had this intention, they would immediately join forces to suppress them. The overlapping of the powers of the 6 royals' great emperors in the future was one of the methods that the saints used to prevent the birth of the celestial emperor. The saints were cunning. Feng Zichen did not think that he could defeat them. What celestial emperor? What replacing the primordial world? What jumping out to slap the saints in the face when they were at their proudest? This was impossible. Did they really think that the saints were all good people who would not kill? To dare to jump in front of the saints, they really did not know how to write the word death. Therefore, Feng Zichen was a man hiding in the shadows of the primordial world. Didn't Hao Yin like the celestial emperor? Then let him be. Use him to attract the firepower while he hid in the dark to scheme. If he really wanted to be the celestial emperor, he had to wait until he reached the primordial chaos Tao realm and had the strength to contend with the saints before he could jump out. Otherwise, the saints could completely arrange everything clearly. In the primordial world, strength spoke. Strength was the most important thing. I'm too arrogant. I've been too complacent recently. I've forgotten who I am and almost made a big mistake. Thinking about it carefully, Feng Zichen knew why he was arrogant. His journey had been too smooth. He had not encountered many hardships at all. Especially recently, he had easily achieved a series of successes and obtained a lot of benefits. Moreover, since his debut, almost all of his plans would succeed. It was simply his wish coming true. Success came too easily. It was inevitable that he would be arrogant and easily forget himself. He would feel that the world was nothing more than this. Feng Zichen had this, but he did not notice it. Or perhaps he noticed it and felt that it did not affect him, so he did not care. However, after the Lady of Earth turned into reincarnation, he calculated everything and caused this arrogance to reach its peak. It affected his mind and made him forget himself. If his cultivation had not improved greatly and he had not noticed that something was wrong, he would have suffered a great loss in the future. Pride makes people fall behind. Excessive pride would often cause great trouble. Feng Zichen knew this principle. Let's talk about the throne of the Earth Emperor in the future. After taking one last look at the tunnel, Feng Zichen withdrew his gaze. It was not bad to be greedy. He had enough burdens on his shoulders. With the addition of the throne of the Earth Emperor, it was a little too much. There was no time to plan. It was not too late to plan for the throne of the Earth Emperor after he had settled the matters on his body. Anyway, he was there and could not run away. It's the human path. Above the heads of all living beings, Feng Zichen saw the human path. He was protecting all living beings. It was because of his existence that there would not be a tragedy of great magical beings sacrificing countless living beings in the primordial world. He was the true guardian of all living beings. If one day the human path was no longer there, it meant that all living beings had died. He existed in the hearts of all living beings and existed with all living beings. Therefore, the human emperor born from the human path had boundless majesty. Internally, he used his majesty to subdue all living beings and lead them to prosperity. Externally, he used his majesty to suppress all living beings, intimidate all enemies, and protect all living beings. Human Emperor. Whether I can succeed or not depends on the future of the human race. In the future, if the human race prospered and redefined the human path, then Feng Zichen would naturally become the human emperor. If the human race fell, everything would be for naught. The myriad Tao of heaven and earth, billions of laws, and the origin of heaven and earth. Oh my God, this, after looking at the three paths of heaven, earth, and man, Feng Zichen looked around. This look gave him a fright. In the void, the myriad Tao appeared, and the rules of heaven and earth were clearly visible. In the deepest part of the void, in the center of the primordial world, the origin of heaven and earth also appeared. Everything was clearly presented in front of Feng Zichen. It was as if the entire primordial world had no secrets to him. Everything in this world was for him to explore. After staring at the great Tao for a while, the Tao runes in it automatically appeared in his mind. He turned his head and looked at the rules of heaven and earth. The true meaning in it also appeared in his mind. After turning his head, Feng Zichen looked at the mountains, the water, and the clouds. They were indeed different. In his eyes, the clouds were no longer clouds, the mountains were no longer mountains, and the water was no longer water. It was the innate qi and the innate Tao pattern. All things were presented in front of him in their most primitive form, showing their essence. Seeing this, Feng Zichen seemed to have understood something. He first calmed his qi and focused his mind, and then looked at the origin of heaven and earth. Swish! A bizarre scene appeared in front of Feng Zichen's eyes, pulling him into a wonderful world, showing him the evolution of the primordial world and the evolution of the universe. Is this the great Taoist priests? It's really a great fortune. No wonder it said that if I become the great Taoist priests, I'm destined to become the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. Isn't that so? Under such conditions, if I can't become the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian, I can just commit suicide and save myself from embarrassment. At this time, Feng Zichen understood that he had become the great Taoist priests. There is no sign of any phenomenon, and it was completed silently. At this time, All his changes were brought about by becoming the great Taoist priests. Feng Zichen hadn't felt the invincible power of the Daluo Jingxian for the time being, but he understood the origin of the Daluo Jingxian. After becoming the great Taoist priests, everything in the primordial world was no longer guarded against him. He could see the most essential primordial world. The three paths of heaven, earth, and man appeared in front of him most directly, allowing him to feel the greatness of Tao. The origin of heaven and earth, all the innate paths of the primordial world, and the rules that operated heaven and earth appeared in front of him without reservation, allowing him to observe and understand the principles contained in them. What a great opportunity this was! If becoming the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian was a test, then after becoming the Great Venerable, it was equivalent to obtaining the answers to the test paper. In this way, if he still couldn't achieve Tao, he could only be said to be as stupid as a pig. If he couldn't achieve Tao, he deserved it. He couldn't blame others. The true meaning of heaven and earth is in front of me, allowing me to take it. My Tao has been achieved. Looking around, Feng Zichen felt carefree and couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 414. This was the joy of being about to achieve the Tao. Achieving the Tao. 2 short words. But who knew how many heroes had been trapped? This was an unparalleled joy. It could be said that ever since Feng Zichen came to the primordial world, he had never been as happy as he was today. His path had been set. In the future, he would definitely become the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. This was a destiny that could not be changed or defied. From now on, it would be difficult for Feng Zichen to die, even if he wanted to. Great Taoist priests. Pangu's former title. Now, it officially belonged to Feng Zichen. His glory was destined in the primordial world, except for saints. Who dare to say that they would not die? No one. No matter how you dominate the primordial world, suppress the world, and amaze the past, present, and future. If you don't become a saint, you will still die when the great calamity comes. But there wasn't in the past, but now there was. It was Feng Zichen. In a sense, the title of great Taoist priests was more honorable than saints, because saints represented the way of the heavens, but the great Taoist priests represented Pangu. With this title, as long as the name of Pangu did not completely disappear in the primordial world, then, even if one day Feng Zichen accidentally died, he could still use it as a basis to reappear from the ashes. This was not a resurrection, but a reappearance. A complete reappearance. A reappearance in his peak state, returning to the world. Compared to Daluo Jingxian's self-resurrection, there was still a period of low spirits. It was obviously different. Such an ability was no different from that of saints. The only difference was the difference in strength. The great Taoist priest was so extraordinary. Otherwise, how could he be called a great sage? How could he be called Pangu so respectfully? It was because he didn't have this ability before, but after he hooked up with Pangu, he naturally had this ability. Even if he didn't have it, he had to have it. Pangu's strength was unparalleled since ancient times. From this, it could be seen, Feng Zichen laughed for a long time before he gradually stopped laughing. However, he still felt incomparably carefree in his heart. He just wanted to let out a long howl to release the carefree feeling in his heart. In fact, he did so. Boom! That long howl was like the rumbling of thunder, and it even resonated with the essence of the world and the endless grand Taos, causing them to tremble together. This aura is great Taoist priests. Sword ancestor, success. Such a huge commotion naturally alarmed those great mediums. However, before they could get up to investigate what had happened, they heard a long howl that rolled over. The power contained in the howl was not strong, but made them feel a kind of throbbing in their hearts. It was as if they were facing some kind of great terror, and they felt a sense of danger. At this time, they knew the great Taoist priests were born, those who could cultivate to the realm of great divine arts, which one of them wasn't an outstanding talent. Which one of them wasn't a genius? Even if there was a gap between them, it wouldn't be too big. They were all in the realm of Daluo Jinxian. Only the legendary great Taoist priest could make them feel overwhelmed with just a long howl. It should be known that even when the Eastern Emperor Tai was invincible in the primordial world, he could not subdue them with a long howl without using the Bell of Chaos. In the primordial world, the one who could become the great Taoist priest was undoubtedly the primordial sword ancestor who had opened the flower of the heavenly path and the flower of the human path. What a great creation! It seems that it won't be long before there will be another primordial Daluo Jinxian who is comparable to a saint in the primordial world. Feeling this sacred and inviolable aura, the group of great mediums said enviously. Endless years had passed, but they still hadn't found the threshold to step into the primordial Daluo Jinxian. But now, a junior had found the opportunity to become a Dao in front of them. How could they not be envious? What kind of power is this? So powerful, not to mention how the great mediums felt. After Feng Zichen let out a long howl, he suddenly felt that there was an incomparable power in his body. The essence of that power was extremely high, beyond his imagination. Even the primordial aura in his body was faintly unable to be suppressed. This time, Feng Zichen was really shocked. What was the Hongmeng Qi? It was a power that surpassed the Chaos Qi. It was the beginning of everything. It came from before the chaos. It was the first Qi that was born from nothing. It had the same origin as the Tao. Even if the power of the Great Path descended, the Hongmeng Qi dared to compete with it. Of course, it was definitely no match for it. But this didn't mean that the Hongmeng Qi was inferior to the power of the Great Path. It was that Feng Zichen was inferior to the Great Path. In theory, the Hongmeng Qi was the same power as the power of the Great Path. There was no difference between the two. But such a powerful power was actually slightly inferior to the power that suddenly appeared in Feng Zichen's body. It was no wonder that Feng Zichen was shocked. This meant that either the essence of this power was extremely high, far surpassing the Hongmeng Qi. But this was impossible. The Hongmeng Qi was already the original power. In this world, there was no power older and more powerful than it. Then there was only one situation left. The owner of this power had an extremely high realm, beyond Feng Zichen's understanding, and was close to the Great Path. Only in this way could this power suppress the primordial aura. Feng Zichen's realm was too low. Being burdened by him, the Hongmeng Qi, which was supposed to be invincible in the world, could not show its ability to its heart's content. It could only dominate a small place and was even bullied by others. It was simply wrong to the extreme. How pitiful! Is this Panga's power? Why is it different from what I felt before? At this time, Feng Zichen's heart was filled with doubts. In the primordial world, only Pangu could have such powerful power. However, in terms of understanding of Panga's power, Feng Zichen could be said to be the third in the primordial world, if not the first. Since his debut, he had come into contact with Pangu's power the most. It was the path of gods and demons that he opened up. Its final achievement was also to prove Pangu's Tao fruit. Logically speaking, Feng Zichen should be very familiar with Pangu's power. If the power in his body was really Pangu's power, he would have felt it. However, although this power was similar to Pangu's power, Feng Zichen was sure that it was definitely not Pangu's power. He had even seen Pangu's divine consciousness before. How could he be wrong? Moreover, this power was too strong. After mastering it, Feng Zichen could clearly feel that he could shake everything in the primordial world. The laws of heaven and earth could be changed, and billions of great Daos were in his heart. With a thought, he could crush his previous self to death. This was the power of Daluo Jinxian's invincible realm. Standing there, Feng Zichen seemed to be standing at the peak of the primordial world, overlooking the long river of time and space, sitting and watching the changes of time. Nothing in this world could shake him in the slightest. It was as if he could break free from everything with a step, leave from the peak of the primordial world, and surpass everything. Chapter 415. Once one's cultivation reached the great perfection of the sage-to-be, one could be said to be standing at the peak of the primordial world. One step further, and one would be the legendary primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian. As for the primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian, he focused on the integration of primordial chaos. He needed to restrain the timeline, restrain his karma, and restrain everything about himself. He had to retrieve all the information about himself from the primordial world and destroy all traces of his existence. Only then could he jump out of the primordial world and become the primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian in the most flawless state. This was one of the necessary conditions to become the primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian. Only when one was unrestrained and had no connection to the primordial world could one achieve the Tao. Otherwise, how could one transcend? For the primordial world, the primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian was a transcendent. Only by transcending the primordial world could one not be disturbed by the immeasurable calamity. Therefore, the great perfection of the sage-to-be was the peak of the primordial world. Now, with the support of a strange and powerful force, Feng Zichen had an illusion that he could surpass everything and achieve the primordial chaos Tao fruit with one step. But, of course, that was impossible. How could the primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian be so easy to achieve? This feeling was just an illusion that he had suddenly obtained a powerful force and was a little bloated for a moment. He was still far from the primordial chaos. Before the shaman calamity ended, Feng Zichen could not even become a sage-to-be, let alone the primordial chaos Tao fruit that was above that. He had to go through a calamity before he was qualified to be promoted to a sage-to-be. This was the restriction of the heavenly Tao to all living beings. It did not allow too many experts to be born. Let me see where you came from. After calming his mind, Feng Zichen completely immersed his spiritual will into that force to comprehend his foundation and pry into his origin. Just as he said earlier, this force was too strong, and the power left behind by Pangu was limited after all. After a few major changes, it had been almost exhausted. Especially when the reincarnation was opened, it directly collected the entire primordial world and absorbed Pangu's power. Primordial world. Pangu's remaining power was gone. Even if it did, it wouldn't be this powerful. However, if this power did not belong to Pangu, then who did it belong to? Other than Pangu, who else in this world could possess such power? Roar, roar, roar. In a trance, Feng Zichen seemed to have heard a huge roar. Before he could react to what had happened, he suddenly woke up. This is where? After coming to his senses, Feng Zichen found that he was no longer in the untainted land, but in a vast world. Simple and desolate. Grand simplicity, chaotic chi. Taking a deep breath, Feng Zichen suddenly felt something different. This place was filled with grand simplicity, chaos chi. As far as the eye could see, there were chaotic airflows everywhere. This was a grand simplicity, chaotic chi. A grand changer, the predecessor of the grand cosmos, five cosmos. This was the first process of transforming the chaotic chi into the Kanate chi. It had almost inherited all the characteristics of the chaotic chi, but it did not have the brutality of the chaotic chi. It could be said to be a supreme treasure for cultivation. However, this did not mean that it was not dangerous. It was just much safer than the chaotic chi. If one was not careful, they would still be swallowed by it. If I devour this grand simplicity chi, Hongmeng Daozhong might be able to advance further and become a chaos spirit treasure. After being surprised for a moment, Feng Zichen came back to his senses. His heart was filled with surprise. If Hongmeng Daozhong wanted to advance to a chaos spirit treasure, it had to devour the Kanate five essences. However, the Kanate five essences only appeared when the world was first created. After that, there was no news of them. Feng Zichen searched for a long time, but he did not find any clues. However, he did not expect that there would be so much grand simplicity, chaotic chi here. This meant that the origin of grand simplicity definitely existed here. Otherwise, where did the grand simplicity chi come from? Even if there was none, it did not matter. There was so much connate grand simplicity chi here that it was comparable to the grand simplicity origin. If Hongmeng Daozhong devoured all of it, it would most likely advance to a chaos spirit treasure. What a pleasant surprise! To Feng Zichen, no matter how many Dharma treasures he had, they were not as precious as Hongmeng Daozhong. This was his foundation in the primordial world. Hongmeng Daozhong, who was only a connate spirit treasure, had already displayed power that was not inferior to a connate cardinal treasure. If it advanced to a connate cardinal treasure, who knew how powerful it would be? It was simply unimaginable. Oh, that's not right. This place is strange. However, Feng Zichen did not feel happy for long before he realized that something was wrong. The grand simplicity chaotic chi was vast and mighty. It was like a sea of chaos that covered the entire world. However, in this world, the mountains and rivers were still there. In the chaotic airflow, divine mountains stood tall. No matter how the grand simplicity chi surged, it could not shake them at all. In Feng Zichen's opinion, it was an extremely inconceivable thing. Even if the grand simplicity chi was inferior to the chaos chi, it was still something that ordinary people could provoke. Only perfected golden immortals could remain calm in the midst of Tai Chi. In that case, didn't that mean that those divine mountains were not inferior to Daoyuo Jingxian in essence, or even stronger? How is that possible? Just now, Feng Zichen made a rough count. There were 3,000 divine mountains. 3,000 mountains. That was 3,000 mountains. Other than the primordial world, Feng Zichen had never heard of another world that had such a foundation. This was already stronger than the heaven realm and the netherworld. This world was not simple, and that strange power could bring him to this world, which was even more not simple. Who cares what's strange about it? In short, I'll take the benefits first. After looking around for a while, Feng Zichen did not find anything wrong. Finally, he could not wait any longer. He decisively took out the Hongmeng Daozhong and wanted to devour the grand simplicity chaos chi here. No matter how strange this place was, as long as the Hongmeng Daozhong was promoted to a connate cardinal treasure, then all the trouble would not be trouble. Clang! Feng Zichen pointed at the grand simplicity chi, and the Hongmeng Daozhong appeared from the void. Although it was only 100,000 feet tall and could not be compared to the grand simplicity chi of this world, its body was covered in ancient runes, and even the mark of a chaos demon god appeared. It trembled slightly, and the runes around its body shone brightly. The shadow of a demon god appeared and surrounded it, chanting continuously. Boom! The Hongmeng chi poured out majestically, carrying boundless power. It surged towards the grand simplicity chaos chi, wanting to devour it. At this moment, something strange happened. As if sensing danger, the previously quiet grand simplicity chaos chi suddenly erupted, stirring up boundless tides and stirring up the entire world. Buzz! Then the huge divine mountain suddenly trembled. Then, under Feng Zichen's incredulous gaze, the vast grand simplicity chi poured directly into the divine mountain. Chapter 416. In the blink of an eye, it had completely disappeared. This time, it was Feng Zichen's turn to be dumbfounded. He hadn't even made a move, but the Tai chaotic chi that covered the entire world disappeared just like that, leaving nothing behind. For a moment, Feng Zichen's movements couldn't help but pause. He raised the Hongmeng Daozhong and didn't know what to do. But even though he stopped, the Hongmeng Daozhong didn't stop. With a boom, the Hongmeng purple chi poured down like the Milky Way falling and the sea of stars roaring. With a majestic force, it covered the entire vast world. However, the Tai chaotic chi that should have been entangled with him had disappeared without a trace, leaving only the Hongmeng chaotic chi in the world. What's going on? What on earth is that divine mountain? How can it absorb the Tai, chaotic Qi. Looking at the towering mountain peaks in front of him, Feng Zichen was a little surprised and doubtful. He didn't know the origin of that mountain. It was one thing for it to be able to resist the invasion of the Tai chaotic Qi, but it could also absorb it. It was really incredible. Unfortunately, Feng Zichen wasn't in the mood to care about the origin of that mountain. At this moment, the joy in his heart from seeing the Tai chaotic Qi for the first time was replaced by anger. He only felt that the mountain was incomparably abominable. How dare it snatch food from the tiger's mouth? It was really unforgivable. I don't care what you are. You have to pay the price for taking what's mine. In Feng Zichen's heart, he had long regarded the Tai chaotic Qi as his own. Now that it had been taken away by the mountain, how could Feng Zichen tolerate it? Making up his mind, Feng Zichen immediately raised the Hongmeng Daozhong and was about to smash it at the mountain peak. He wanted to smash it to see if the Tai chaotic Qi was still there. No matter what, the Tai chaotic Qi was too important to him. It was a necessary item for the Hongmeng Daozhong to advance. He couldn't give it up. If he gave it up now, who knew when he would be able to find it again next time? It was now or never. Clang! The Hongmeng Daozhong trembled slightly, and the Hongmeng Qi that filled the entire vast expanse world immediately retreated. Then, the Hongmeng Daozhong suddenly expanded until it was as tall as the sky. It hung high in the sky with the mouth of the bell facing downwards, shrouding a mountain peak. Clearly, Feng Zichen wanted to refine the mountain and see if he could refine the grand simplicity chaotic Qi from it. Although the mountain peak was huge and towered into the clouds, it seemed a little small compared to the current Hongmeng Daozhong. The difference between an ant and an elephant was more than enough to cover it. However, there was one thing. Feng Zichen had miscalculated. That mountain peak was obviously not easy to bully. As if sensing danger before the Hongmeng Daozhong could cover it, the mountain suddenly trembled violently. Then, with a flash of purple brilliance, the mountain shook and transformed into the shadow of a demon god. Bang! After the demonic god projection appeared, it did not say anything. It clenched its right fist and threw a punch at the descending Hongmeng Dao bell. Clang! After that, a loud bang was heard. The primordial chaos Dao bell was actually sent flying by a single punch from the demonic god's shadow, smashing into the boundless void. What? This sudden change really gave Feng Zichen a fright. But in the end, he reacted quickly. Without hesitation, he took out the purple imperial sword and fiercely swung it at the demonic god's shadow. Whoosh! Resplendent sword light surged out like a sea of stars, vast and boundless. It was also like the Milky Way hanging upside down, falling from the 9 heavens with a majestic aura. This was the stellar sword technique. It was a unique skill that Feng Zichen created himself. It was a combination of the stellar path and the connate sword path. It represented his achievements in these two paths. Although this was not the most powerful skill that he had mastered, it was the most powerful one among the unique skills that he created himself. Its power was so great that it could kill Daoyuo, Jingxian, and severely injure Sage to be. Unfortunately, although Feng Zichen's skill was powerful, the demon god shadow was even more extraordinary. He smiled contemptuously, raised his right hand, and punched out again. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying power came. It was almost endless. It swept across the entire void and directly shattered the starry sword light. And it did not slow down and went straight for Feng Zichen. Clang! At the critical moment, Feng Zichen called back the Hongmeng Daozhong from the void. It hovered above his head and blocked the terrifying attack. Chaos Demon God. He is the Chaos Demon God. After a round of fighting, Feng Zichen recognized the origin of the demon god that the mountain transformed into. Arrogant, domineering, fierce, and superior aura, as well as the charm of the Great Way flowing all over his body. What else could he be if not the legendary Chaos Demon God? Oh no, this mountain has turned into a demon god shadow. Doesn't that mean the other mountains may also turn into demon god shadows? Hiss! Suddenly, Feng Zichen seemed to have realized something. He looked at the other mountains and felt the terrifying aura flowing over them. He could not help but gasp. What is this place? There are 3,000 demon god shadows here. How terrifying. If I accidentally startled them, I would be blown to pieces in an instant. One demon god is enough to make people tremble, let alone 3,000 demon gods. Even Hong Jun would turn around and run away if he saw them. Unless Pangu is still alive, who can defeat them? Thinking of this, Feng Zichen felt a lingering fear when he thought of what he had done just now. Fortunately, he was vigilant enough to only attack one mountain instead of being careless and attacking all of the mountains. Otherwise, if 3,000 demon gods attacked me together, I would not even be able to withstand one punch from each of them. On the other side, seeing that Feng Zichen did not move, the demon god shadow moved and took the initiative to attack him. Not fighting back. That is not the style of a chaos demon god. Roar. With a loud roar, the demon god shadow moved. In a flash, he came to Feng Zichen's side and raised his fist to hit him. It was an ordinary punch without any magic, nor did it have the slightest Taoist charm, nor was there any magic power contained in it. It was like a fight between ordinary people, simple and violent. However, such an ordinary punch was extremely terrifying in the eyes of Feng Zichen. He did not dare to take it head-on and hurriedly dodged to the side. The most powerful means of a chaos demon god was not their magic power, nor their magic treasure, but their physical body, which was what they relied on to run rampant in the chaos. Their physical body, which had been polished by the chaos for countless years, was simply ridiculously strong. Even in the face of the attack of a chaos spiritual treasure, they could withstand it head-on. Although this demon god shadow was only a shadow and its strength was far inferior to the real body, after the test just now, Feng Zichen had confirmed that it had at least the cultivation of Daluo Jingxian. Moreover, what was even more despairing was that this shadow had everything that a chaos demon god of this realm had. Chapter 417, including the physical body. In other words, the demon god phantom in front of Feng Zichen could be said to be a real chaos demon god. A demon god in the Daluo Jingxian realm. 4 chaos demon gods. This realm was the realm they could have when they were born. But for the creatures in the primordial world, it was a transcendence that they were painstakingly pursuing. Chaos demon gods were so powerful. They were the most powerful creatures known to man. As soon as they were born, they had the cultivation of Daluo Jingxian. They directly reached the end of the primordial world. It was so enviable. Logically speaking, as Daluo Jingxian, Feng Zichen should not be afraid of chaos demon gods. But in the face of chaos demon gods' attack, he had no power to resist at all. He was beaten back and had to hide. There was a huge gap between innate god fiends and innate creatures. Similarly, there was a huge gap between chaos demon gods and innate god fiends. And it was even bigger, like the difference between heaven and earth. How could a creature born of the innate origin compare with a creature born of the chaos origin? That was the difference in essence. Daluo Jingxian in the primordial world would encounter danger at any time if he was not careful after coming to the chaos outer realm. But chaos demon gods were different. They could freely travel in the chaos outer realm. The difference was obvious at a glance. Although Feng Zichen and chaos demon god were in the same realm, there was still a huge gap between them in essence. How could he be his opponent? Damn it. After retreating repeatedly, Feng Zichen was also angry. He could not help but use all his strength and punch the chaos demon god. Boom! After the punch, Feng Zichen only felt an irresistible force coming. His right arm made a cracking sound, and his body flew backward involuntarily. Bang! Tens of thousands of miles away, Feng Zichen smashed hard on the ground. The huge impact burst out, forming a huge pit with a radius of tens of thousands of miles around him. This is too strong. Feng Zichen struggled to get up from the ground. He was still in disbelief. He knew that the chaos demon gods were strong, but he didn't expect them to be this strong. He defeated him with a single punch. Rationally, he did not want to believe that it was true. However, the heart-wrenching pain that came from his right arm clearly told him that it was true. He lowered his head and saw that his right arm, which was used to fight against the chaos demon god, was twisted in an unnatural shape. Apparently, it was broken. The pain he felt earlier was caused by this. The light of creation flickered on his body. Feng Zichen tried to heal his arm, but there were wisps of murderous aura lurking on the wound, preventing him from healing. If the wounds left by the chaos fiend gods could be easily healed, they wouldn't be the most powerful creatures in history. No matter how the light of creation flashed, it could not expel it. With the appearance of the murderous aura, Feng Zichen felt even more intense pain. However, how could physical pain compare to the shock in his soul? After all, Feng Zichen's physical body was not the strongest in the same realm, but it was one of the best. It belonged to a small part of the top. Otherwise, why would it be called Pangu's Dao body? But even so, it was difficult to block the punch of the chaos fiend god. That was to say, in the primordial world, no one in the same realm could block the punch of the chaos fiend god. How powerful would the true body of the chaos fiend god be? No wonder Pangu did not allow the chaos fiend god to step into the primordial world. Any one of them could sweep across the primordial world. In the past, Feng Zichen only knew that the chaos fiend god was powerful, but he did not know much about how powerful he was. Now that he had experienced it personally, he finally understood. The difference in essence caused a difference in concept. The creatures of the primordial world were not in the same dimension as the chaos fiend god. How could they compete with him? They could not beat him at all, unless Feng Zichen underwent another transformation and cultivated the true body of Pangu, or stepped into the primordial chaos Dao realm. If he cultivated the true body of Pangu, his physical body would not be weaker than the chaos fiend god. Naturally, he could fight him. And if he reached the primordial chaos Dao realm, even if he stepped into the realm of the chaos fiend god, he could still compete with him. What a pity! This chaos fiend god is strong, but he's not smart. He doesn't have any treasures in hand. When cultivators fought, they not only relied on strength, but also magical powers and magic treasures. The phantom of the demon god had the cultivation of Daluo Jinxian, which was already extremely impressive. Feng Zichen did not believe that he still had magic treasures. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen waved his hand and summoned back Hongmeng Daozhong. Immediately, the aura of Hongmeng circulated and wrapped around his broken arm, obliterating the murderous aura. At the same time, the light of creation burst out, and his arm recovered. Then, Feng Zichen raised Hongmeng Daozhong and smashed it hard at the chaos fiend god. Dong! The violent impact, accompanied by the melodious sound of the bell, caused huge ripples and directly sent Feng Zichen flying. At the same time, Hongmeng Daozhong flew back faster than it came. But the fate of the phantom of the demon god was not much better. He also flew back, and an obvious mark appeared on his body, which was left by Hongmeng Daozhong. He was injured. Speaking of which, Hongmeng Daozhong's essence was the highest and was equal to the great Dao. Feng Zichen could not hurt the chaos fiend god, but he could. Again. Seeing that Hongmeng Daozhong was useful, Feng Zichen stood up, grabbed Hongmeng Daozhong, rushed to the side of the phantom of the demon god, and smashed it hard. Dong, 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 dong. A series of rapid bell sounds rang. That was the sound of Hongmeng Daozhong smashing the phantom of the demon god. Previously, Feng Zichen was severely suppressed by the phantom of the demon god. Now that he had gained the upper hand, he naturally wanted to take revenge one by one. Fortunately, the phantom of the demon god did not have intelligence for some reason. In the face of Feng Zichen's attacks, it could only resist with all its might and did not know how to dodge. Otherwise, he would have escaped long ago. But even so, Feng Zichen did not feel good. When Hongmeng Daozhong hit the phantom of the demon god, the rebound force was not weak. It shook his body until it was a little numb, and he almost lost his grip on Hongmeng Daozhong. His body is too strong. After fighting for a while, Feng Zichen was surprised to find that the phantom of the demon god looked very miserable, but other than more marks on his body, he did not suffer any serious injuries. In other words, after fighting for so long, he only made the phantom of the demon god suffer some superficial wounds and feel some pain. Nothing else. Realizing this, Feng Zichen's body trembled faintly. It was not fear but excitement, because he saw a trace of his future from the phantom of the demon god. Strong, absolutely strong. The strength of his physical body was enough to sweep across the untainted land. Chapter 418. No one was more powerful than Pangu in the world. The body of the demon god of chaos could be invincible in the untainted land. What about Pangu's body? Absolutely invincible in the untainted land. When Feng Zichen reached the primordial chaos and completed the shocking achievement of reverse refining Pangu's real body, he would be invincible in the untainted land with just his body alone. Just thinking about it was enough to make Feng Zichen excited. What's more, this was something that could be seen in the future. Feng Zichen saw such a future from the demon god phantom. He was destined to be invincible. It's time to end this. With his emotions surging, Feng Zichen grabbed the primordial chaos Dao bell and slammed it down on the fiend celestial phantom. Clang! The melodious sound of the bell rang, stirring up ripples of time, simple and heavy. But in the ears of the demon god phantom, it was not the case at all. When the sound of the bell entered his ears, terrifying fluctuations erupted, almost tearing his body apart, bringing him great pain and making his body twitch. At the same time, in the Hongmeng Daozhong, earth, fire, water, and wind emerged, demonstrating the power of the opening of the world, tearing at the demon god phantom. On the wall of the bell, runes appeared, shining brightly, showing the scene of the beginning of Hongmeng before heaven and earth were opened. Heaven and earth were vast. Then the Khanate Dao emerged, including yin and yang, the five elements, and strangling everything. In the blink of an eye, in the Hongmeng Daozhong, various forces appeared, interweaving into various killing methods, and blasted at the demon god phantom, wanting to completely destroy him. At this moment, under the full power of Feng Zichen, the power of the Hongmeng Daozhong was undoubtedly displayed. Terrifying power surged, and an unprecedented scene appeared. Roar! A huge roar came from the demon god phantom, accompanied by indescribable pain. Under the crazy attack of the Hongmeng Daozhong, his already broken body was even more broken. His flesh was melting, turning into great simplicity chaotic energy, revealing white bones, making him look exceptionally terrifying. Fortunately, the demonic god skeleton was clearly tougher than its flesh and blood. Although Hongmeng Daozhong's attack was ferocious, it did not injure his bones and did not cause any fatal damage. His injuries were not as miserable as they looked on the surface. However, the demon god's shadow could not hold on for much longer. No matter how strong and hard his bones were, they still had their own limits. It was impossible for him to achieve eternal immortality. It could be seen that the divine charm that was constantly flowing on the bones was becoming fainter. The Tao glows emitting dim too. It no longer had its previous luster. Even some of the great Tao runes engraved on his bones had been obliterated. And these, it was all caused by Hongmeng Daozhong's attack. Although Hongmeng Daozhong could not directly destroy the skeleton of the demon god Shadow, it could slowly wear it down with the passage of time. Hongmeng Daozhong's power was too strong. It would not be long before the demon god Shadow was refined and completely destroyed. It would turn into great simplicity, chaotic energy again, and become the nourishment for Hongmeng Daozhong's promotion. Within the bell wall, the demon god Shadow seemed to have sensed the danger. He knew that if this continued, the only thing that awaited him was death. Therefore, he finally could not help but erupt completely. Roar! He roared and suddenly attacked Hongmeng Daozhong crazily. All kinds of great magic that Feng Zichen could not understand poured out his hands and hit Hongmeng Daozhong one by one. It made his heart thud and tremble endlessly. Unfortunately, although Hongmeng Daozhong's background was unknown, it was definitely stronger than the Chaos Demon God. Just by looking at the level of an innate spirit treasure, it had the power that even an innate cardinal treasure could not compare to. One could tell that it was not simple. The hardness of its bell body was naturally stronger than that of the Chaos Demon God. The magic of the Demon God's shadow hit Hongmeng Daozhong's body, causing a big commotion. The earth, fire, water, and wind were swept away. The innate Dao was shattered, and the Hongmeng Qi mass was destroyed. It was really fierce. But that was it. Although the commotion was big, there was no harm at all. It was completely unable to break the bell and could only be trapped in it, waiting for death to come. Moreover, with the attack of the Demon God Shadow, Hongmeng Daozhong trembled violently. A powerful counterforce came, stronger than the magic of the Demon God Shadow. It hit his body one after another, causing fatal damage to him. How could the mystery of Hongmeng Daozhong be described in a few words? Any attack that landed on his body would be countered with even greater power. Otherwise, how could he show his strength? Crack! The Demon God Shadow did not understand this and immediately suffered a great loss. His incomparably hard divine bones were directly cracked by the huge counterforce. And as he attacked more and more, the counterforce increased, and the power of each attack was stronger than the previous one. When the Demon God's Shadow finished a set of magic, the counterforce had accumulated to a terrifying degree. A vast power erupted, sweeping everything and shaking the Demon God's Shadow into pieces. How pitiful! The invincible Demon God's Shadow was actually indirectly killed by his own magic. It was really lamentable. Otherwise, Feng Zichen would have to spend a lot of effort to kill him. This could be considered as saving him a lot of trouble. You still want to be resurrected? Disappear completely. In Hongmeng Daozhong, the Demon God's Shadow, which had been shattered into countless pieces, suddenly gathered into a ball and wriggled crazily, as if to reform his body. Seeing this, Feng Zichen's eyes turned cold. He took out the Human Emperor's seal and smashed it toward Hongmeng Daozhong. It was not easy to shatter the Demon God's Shadow. How could he let it recover? Wasn't this looking for trouble for himself? Dong! After a loud sound, the primordial chaos Dao bell emitted a bright light. It was like a purple sun, and boundless primordial chaos hung down. Countless mysterious runes appeared on its body, showing the scene of the opening of heaven and earth. Boom! It was as if the sea of stars had exploded and the universe had collapsed. All kinds of Khanate Dao were born, mysterious and unpredictable. They surged toward the fragments of the Demon God's Shadow, completely drowning it and shattering it again. Dong, 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 without hesitation, Feng Zichen raised the Human Emperor's seal and smashed it several times toward Hongmeng Daozhong. In an instant, the Khanate Dao was vast and mighty, showing all kinds of mysteries and completely obliterating the Demon God's Shadow. At this time, Feng Zichen's arms drooped down weakly, and his body was trembling. This series of actions seemed easy, but in fact, it was a great burden on Feng Zichen. The recoil of Hongmeng Daozhong was not so easy to bear. In particular, the Human Emperor's seal was a Khanate ultimate treasure. It was even more powerful when it hit Hongmeng Daozhong. Otherwise, how could it kill the Demon God's Shadow? If Feng Zichen was not the master of Hongmeng Daozhong, he would have been smashed to pieces with just one blow. He would not be any better than the Demon God's Shadow, or even worse. But fortunately, the Demon God's Shadow was finally dead. After a long while, Feng Zichen finally caught his breath and had time to check on Hongmeng Daozhong and collect his trophies. As expected, Tai Chaotic Qi. It's inside the Demon God's Shadow. He took out Hongmeng Daozhong and saw a black airflow floating in the bell. If it was not Tai Chaotic Qi, what else could it be? Then, Feng Zichen understood the origin of the Demon God's Shadow. That divine mountain. It carried the mark of the chaos demon god. It looked ordinary, but once it was in danger, it would absorb Tai chaotic chi and summon the demon god's shadow to kill the enemy. Refined. Shaking Hong Ming Daozhong lightly, Feng Zichen spat out a word coldly. Immediately, Hong Ming's chi surged out, drowning and devouring the Tai chaotic chi, turning it into nourishment for his own promotion. However, this ball of Tai chaotic chi was still too little. After completely devouring it, the primordial chaos Dao Bell did not obtain too many benefits. Other than its own spiritual light becoming brighter, there were no other changes. Of course, this result was not out of Feng Zichen's expectations. If it was so easy to obtain a primordial treasure, there would be more than a few in the untainted land. If one Tai chaotic chi was not enough, it did not matter. There were at least 2,000 Tai chaotic chi here. If he devoured all of them, it should be enough, right? Thinking of this, Feng Zichen turned his head to look at the other mountains. The rest of the Tai chaotic chi was hidden in these mountains. If he guessed correctly, these mountains were the same as the previous one. They were also the incarnations of the demon god Shadow. Before Feng Zichen could verify it, what happened next confirmed his guess. Among the mountains, one of the mountains suddenly shook violently, and then turned into a powerful demon god Shadow. It raised its fist and charged at Feng Zichen. Good. Perhaps because he had just killed a demon god Shadow, Feng Zichen was a little arrogant. In the face of this brazen demon god Shadow, not only did he not dodge, but he even took the initiative to attack. Boom! Feng Zichen opened his 5 fingers and clenched them toward the sky. The chi of the 5 elements flowed and turned into a huge 5-colored handprint. At the same time, the Tao of the primordial 5 elements hung down, and behind it, there were 5 terrifying demon god shadows. They were imprinted on the huge 5-colored handprint to enhance its power. It was the 5 Emperor's great divine skill, the primordial 5 elements handprint, and it was an enhanced version built with the 5 elements chaotic demon god as the foundation. Go! After the primordial 5 elements handprint was formed, Feng Zichen waved his hand and directly blasted at the demon god Shadow. Boom! The handprint carried the primordial 5 elements power and the rules of heaven and earth. It fiercely blasted the demon god Shadow, causing it to stagger and temporarily stop its advance. You're courting death. However, before Feng Zichen could rejoice, he saw the demon god Shadow stand up and roar with a face full of anger. It directly shattered the primordial 5 elements handprint. This, on the other side, Feng Zichen looked at this scene with a face full of shock. He did not know if he should use the great path furnace in his hand. This demon god was so fierce. It was even stronger than the previous one. The small arrogance that had been caused by killing the demon god's shadow disappeared without a trace at this moment. There was still an insurmountable gap between him and the chaotic demon god. Chapter 419. With just a roar, the phantom of the demon god broke the magic that Feng Zichen was so proud of. It had to be said that it was a huge blow to him. However, it was still okay. The previous experience had already given Feng Zichen enough of a blow. This experience, except for making him more aware of the gap between him and the demon god of chaos, was not a big deal. Go! Knowing that he was no match for the phantom of the demon god, Feng Zichen did not try to be brave. He put away the furnace of the Great Way in his hand and took the opportunity when the phantom of the demon god was unprepared to take him in. The Emperor's Seal was the disguise of the Chaos Bead, and the Chaos Bead was a legendary Chaos Spirit treasure, which was not necessarily worse than the demon god of chaos. If the phantom of the demon god fell into it, he would be at his mercy. However, Feng Zichen's idea was quite good, but what happened next shocked him to the extreme. His heart was full of fear, and he only felt that the crisis of death had come to him. After Feng Zichen took out the Emperor's Seal, the rest of the mountains, which were originally quiet, suddenly moved together. All of a sudden, They all turned into phantoms of the demon god and attacked him. Seeing this scene, Feng Zichen was really shocked and angry. He quickly called back the Emperor's seal and hung it over his head. At the same time, Hongmeng Daozhong also flew out and covered him. Together with the chaos bead, it protected him firmly. After that, Feng Zichen did not care whether it was useful or not. He directly urged his Dharma power to the limit and hit all the great magic that he had mastered, bombarding the phantoms of the demon god with the intention of blocking their attacks. Unfortunately, it was completely useless. Those were 3,000 demon gods of chaos. Even if it was just a phantom, it was not something that anyone in the same realm could resist. What's more, Feng Zichen could not even defeat one demon god. How could he resist 3,000 demon gods? With 3,000 demon gods attacking together, except for Pangu, no one in the untainted land could defeat them. Boom! Fist seals flew over one after another. Feng Zichen's great divine ability was completely unable to resist and was shattered one by one. This included his most powerful divine ability, the heaven-opening sword art. The gap was too big. F***CK. Seeing this scene, Feng Zichen couldn't help but curse, and then he didn't know anything else. This was because he had been smashed into pieces and had completely left this world. Even Hongmeng Daozhong and the Chaos Bead would not be able to protect Feng Zichen from the joint attack of the 3,000 demonic gods. In the blink of an eye, all the defenses were broken, and Feng Zichen was reduced to ashes. Hiss! How frightening! I thought I was really going to die. In the outside world, after Feng Zichen was killed by the joint attack of the demon god phantoms, he woke up with a start. He didn't have time to think about what had happened. He jumped up and hurriedly checked his body. When he found that there was no problem, he let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was just an illusion. The scene that he had just experienced was really too frightening. The feeling of death was too real, causing him to think that he was really dead for a time. Now that he suddenly realized that the experience was just an illusion, he couldn't help but feel that he had survived a disaster. How could he not feel relieved? No, that was definitely not an illusion. After a while, Feng Zichen gradually regained his composure and gradually figured out that something was wrong. Everything that he had experienced in the vast world was definitely not an illusion. First of all, it was too real. It didn't seem fake at all. Second of all, at Feng Zichen's level, he could still distinguish whether it was real or fake. Finally, the most important thing was Feng Zichen flipped his hand and took out the Hongmeng Daozhong. The Khanate Dao light that soared on it proved that everything that had just happened was real. Otherwise, how could the Hongmeng Daozhong that had been improved in the illusion be reflected in reality? In a trance, Feng Zichen seemed to have realized that that place should be an opportunity left behind by Pangu. It should be an opportunity specially prepared for the great Taoist priests. Buzz. Suddenly, there was an inexplicable throbbing between heaven and earth, which made Feng Zichen understand everything. The origin of the terrifying power in his body and the cause of the vast world. It was indeed left behind by Pangu. In the past, Pangu opened the sky and died of exhaustion. Although his body had turned into the primordial world, there was still a part of his power that didn't turn into Tao, but dissipated between heaven and earth. Pangu was like that. So was the chaos demon god. Although his body and origin had become nourishment for the growth of the primordial world, there was still a part of his power that was left behind to create chaos in the primordial world. Pangu noticed this, so before he turned into Tao, he mobilized a wisp of power and suppressed it in the depths of the boundless void, a mysterious, unknown place. He wanted to use the power of the primordial world to obliterate it. However, countless years had passed. Although the power of the chaos demon god had almost been obliterated, there was a wonderful change at the last moment. After many years of tempering, they had merged tightly with Pangu's power, forming a power that was the closest to Tao, with Pangu's power as the lead. This was an unforeseen event that even Pangu had not expected. The power of the 3,000 demon gods came from the great Tao. They were different manifestations of the great Tao. It was not an exaggeration to say that their combined power was the power of the great Tao. Moreover, the power that could still be preserved under the obliteration of the power of the primordial world was probably the purest part of it, the essence of it. Obliteration was only obliteration if used well. If not used well, it would become a training. It was a blessing, not a disaster. It was also because of this that this power could be preserved, because the power of the primordial world could no longer obliterate it. The essence was too different. However, the will of the chaos demon god was completely obliterated with the help of Pangu's will. The rest, it was extremely pure power of the great Tao. However, although its essence was extremely high, in reality, there was not much left. It was far from being comparable to back then. After all, it had been obliterated for so many years. Therefore, Pangu had hidden it and treated it as an opportunity for the great Taoist priests. Today, by chance, it was obtained by Feng Zichen and became the foundation of his Daluo Jinxian's invincibility. That's right, the so-called invincibility of the Daluo Jinxian by the great Taoist priests was due to this power. The great Taoist priest was a Tao immortal, not a realm. Without the help of external forces, how could he have unparalleled combat strength? In addition, the so-called not much power left was compared to the power of the chaos demon god. Naturally, it was nothing. However, in the primordial world, it was a power second only to the primordial chaos Tao realm. Otherwise, it would not have been used as a reward by Pangu for the great Taoist priests. Moreover, this was not the greatest use of the power of the great Tao. Its greatest use was to help its master break through to the primordial chaos Tao realm. External forces were external forces, after all. Even if he could be brave for a while, he could not be unstoppable for a while. If he indulged in it, he would eventually be implicated by it. Pangu's realm was high, so how could he not understand this point? Therefore, after leaving behind the power of the great Tao, he gave it another meaning, to help others break through to the primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian. It was definitely not a simple matter to attain the Tao. It was not something that could be achieved naturally when one's realm reached a certain level. It involved all aspects. Just like back then, when Feng Zichen wanted to break through to the primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian, he had clearly reached a certain level, but because of the lack of congenital origin, he had been unable to break through for a long time. The primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian's breakthrough also involved congenital origin, and it required more than one could imagine. The saints could attain the Tao so easily not because they had accumulated enough, but because the heavenly Tao had directly imbued them, saving them the time to accumulate. However, this was not without a price. One of the reasons why saints could not break free from the heavenly Tao. Feng Zichen, on the other hand, did not have such concerns. In this world, there were not many forces better and stronger than the power of the great Tao. As for congenital origin, it was obviously not one of them. When his realm reached a certain level, Feng Zichen only needed to refine the power in his body to accumulate enough origin and naturally become the primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian. Otherwise, if he relied on his own accumulation, how long would he have to wait? In theory, if he wanted to attain the Tao, he had to accumulate dermic powers for an immeasurable number of tribulations. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to attain the Tao. After becoming the great Taoist priests, Feng Zichen could be said to have taken advantage of everything. The path to attaining the Tao had already been paved, and he was just waiting for time to pass. If news of this spread, countless people would be envious. As for the vast expanse world, its background was even greater. It had something to do with Pangu suppressing the river of time and space. The realms of Pangu and the 3,000 demon gods were unfathomable and beyond imagination. They had already reached a realm that could not be explored. The impact of the battle was naturally shocking. It was far from being as simple as it seemed. The process of the battle had long been deeply imprinted at the end of time and space. No one knew the beginning or the end. It had been preserved since ancient times. It could appear in any time and space at any time. How could this be? If this battle suddenly appeared in a certain period of time and space in the primordial world, the damage would be great. It was estimated that just the aftermath of the battle could destroy the entire primordial world. Therefore, after realizing this, Pengu made a prompt decision. He directly used Mount Bujo to suppress the river of time and space, firmly locking this period of history at the end of the river of time and space, not allowing it to appear again. Otherwise, the appearance of this battle would be a great disaster for the primordial world. Of course, Pengu had another purpose for sealing this battle, and that was to delay the return of the Chaos Demon Gods. Imagine if that battle appeared openly in the primordial world and was constantly being talked about by all living beings. There might be a Chaos Demon God who obtained an opportunity in return from the wishes of all living beings. If one could not forget it, there would definitely be an echo. This sentence was not joking in the mythological world. Sealing it could prevent this from happening. Moreover, Pengu's intention was not only that. The Chaos Demon Gods did not have a past or a future. They only had the present. However, Pengu sealed the battle of splitting open the sky and forcefully tore apart the foundation of their existence, creating a past for them. With a past, there would be one more concern, and their strength would be scattered. The resurrection of the Chaos Demon Gods would be greatly delayed. Moreover, those resurrected Chaos Demon Gods would be unable to take back their past, and their cultivation would definitely be affected, making it difficult for them to advance. This might not be the reason why the Chaos Demon Gods wanted to destroy the primordial world. From this, it could be seen that Pengu's methods were superb. The 3,000 demon gods prevented him from achieving the great Tao, causing him to have no choice but to transform the world. He pulled them into the river of time and space, making it difficult for them to cultivate. The revenge came so quickly that the Chaos Demon Gods probably did not expect it. However, the battle of splitting open the sky had a wide range of effects and a great impact. It was unprecedented and beyond imagination. How could it be sealed so easily? Although its main body was sealed, the imprint fragments left behind could still cause harm to the primordial world. Moreover, those imprint fragments also contained the unyielding fighting spirit of the Chaos Demon Gods, which made it even more troublesome. If the news spread, although it would not destroy the primordial world, it would still cause the primordial world to be riddled with holes, leaving behind irreparable damage. Pengu had no choice but to use the last of his mental power to create a mental battlefield. It swept across the entire primordial world, pulling the imprint fragments of the great battle and the unyielding fighting spirit of the Chaos Demon Gods into it and suppressing them. In this way, the vast world was formed. Also, because this world was opened by Pengu's mental power, it belonged to the mental plane. Therefore, it had a form but no substance, and only the mind could enter this world. To put it bluntly, this was another battlefield that continued the battle of splitting open the sky, a contest on the mental plane. It was a war launched by the Chaos Demon Gods because they were unwilling to accept their death, and their indestructible spirit wanted to destroy the primordial world. Even if a person with a high cultivation level died, he could still cause a lot of trouble. Pengu had no choice but to fight. After his death, his spirit was not extinguished, and he evolved the mental realm to continue the battle with the Chaos Demon Gods. Unfortunately, the Chaos Demon Gods were no match for Pengu when they were alive, and of course, they were no match for him after their death. Not long after, they were suppressed by Pengu one by one. After Feng Zichen entered the vast world, the mountains that he saw were the result of Pengu's efforts. He intended to use the power of time to wear them down. After all, time could erase everything. No matter how big a thing was, how unforgettable a love was, how deep a hatred was, it would eventually be forgotten with the passage of time. It was a pity that his great power was known. However, the Chaos Demon Gods were not people who would wait for death. Seeing that things were not going well, at the moment when they were suppressed by Pangu, they used the last of their strength to tear a hole in the vast world and draw in the Tai chaotic chi. Tai, the first process of the evolution of heaven and earth, had boundless creation. The chaos demon gods drew in this chi with the intention of merging it with the vast world, so that this world would turn from illusion to reality and completely manifest in the world. They could also take advantage of this opportunity to refine their Taoist bodies and return. It had to be said that the chaos demon gods had a good plan. After Pangu's spirit sealed them, it completely dissipated and could no longer interfere with their actions. If the chaos demon gods were given enough time, they might really succeed. Unfortunately, Feng Zichen came and changed everything. The resurrection method of the chaos demon gods became his opportunity. The Tai chaotic chi could help Hongmeng Daozhong to advance. The shadow of the chaos demon gods could let Feng Zichen feel the Taoist rhyme of the chaos demon gods at a close distance. Wasn't that a great opportunity? Chapter 420. In fact, if one thought about it carefully, it might have been Panga's plan. Cultivation was not enough to rely on hard work. One had to apply what they had learned. Blindly cultivating was like building a cart behind closed doors. Sooner or later, one would fall behind others. Otherwise, how could one have great achievements? Only by applying what they had learned and using their own Tao to verify the heaven and earth could one continue to improve. Pangu might have left this spiritual battlefield with the intention of training his successor. After Feng Zichen became the great Taoist priests, there were no more secrets in the primordial world to him. The Khanate Tao and the rules of heaven and earth were all clearly visible. He could enter the state of enlightenment at any time and feel the mysteries of heaven and earth. It could be said that from now on, his cultivation was like the help of heaven. His rapid progress was considered slow. However, these could only increase his cultivation and make his realm advance by leaps and bounds. It cannot increase his combat strength by much. In the primordial world, although realm was important, it did not mean that combat strength was not important. Realm determined the upper limit, but combat strength determined life and death. With a high realm, but no corresponding combat strength, one usually could not live long in the primordial world. After all, on the path of cultivation, it was inevitable to engage in life and death battles with others. If the realm difference was big, it was fine. One could easily win by suppressing others with realm. However, if the realm difference was not much, then the importance of combat strength would be reflected. Whoever had the higher battle prowess would be able to win or even kill their opponent. Just like back then, as Daoyuo Jingxian, Dong Wangtai could be the best of his generation and be invincible in the world. It was because his combat strength was unparalleled in the world. In the spiritual battlefield, there was the existence of the demonic god Shadow. Feng Zichen entered and wanted to obtain the Tai chaotic chi. He had to fight with it. Although Feng Zichen was no match for the demonic god Shadow, fighting with it would be of great benefit to him. Every move of the demonic god Shadow was in harmony with the Tao. A casual attack was a great magical power that contained the charm of the great Tao and supreme creation. Feng Zichen's confrontation with them could be used to sharpen his supernatural powers and transform them beyond the scope of the primordial world. Moreover, if he could comprehend some mysteries from the magic of the demonic god Shadow, there would be indescribable benefits. Training in the spiritual battlefield could completely make up for Feng Zichen's lack of actual combat experience. Even if he was no match for the phantom of the demon god, he could only rely on Hongmeng Daozhong to fight it. However, Dharma treasures were also a part of one's strength. Being able to win was a good method. Moreover, Feng Zichen's strength was not constant. As he continued to fight with the demonic god Shadow, he would definitely transform and become stronger. He believed that in the end, Feng Zichen would definitely be able to kill the demon god phantom with his own strength without the help of any magic treasures. The power of the great Dao allowed Feng Zichen to have the invincible power of Daoyuo Jingxian. The spiritual battlefield could allow Feng Zichen to continue to transform and finally obtain a heart that matched his strength. The two complemented each other. When the two were combined, Feng Zichen could achieve the realm of primordial Daoyuo Jingxian in the most perfect state. It had to be said that the means left behind by Panga were really amazing. He could create a primordial Daoyuo Jingxian at the fastest speed. Just this point. This proved how powerful he was. The primordial Daoyuo Jingxian, who was at the peak of the primordial world, could be created just like that. It was really amazing. Rumble. In Feng Zichen's body, the power of the great Dao suddenly became restless. A very small part of the power completely integrated into his body and became a part of his power. Seeing this scene, Feng Zichen was slightly surprised. Such a situation had never happened before. One had to know that the power brought by the karmic rank, whether it was the power of destiny, the power of heaven and earth, or other forces, were all external forces that were borrowed from heaven and earth. They did not come from his own hard work and did not belong to him at all. In general, this was the power that he only had the right to use, but not ownership. He could use this power to fight against enemies, to assist in cultivation, and to do many things. However, he could not refine it and turn it into his own power. This was the power of heaven and earth, which he had borrowed. If he took it for himself and harmed heaven and earth to enrich himself, wouldn't he be afraid of being punished by heaven? Therefore, even though Feng Zichen's body had all kinds of powers that could quickly increase his strength, he did not dare to refine it. That was exactly what he was afraid of. But now, the power of the great Dao had actively integrated into his body and become a part of his power to increase his strength. This was something that Feng Zichen did not expect. Yes, I see. After deducing in his heart for a while, Feng Zichen gradually understood. The power of the great Dao was originally the power that Pangu had prepared for him. It was the power to help him break through the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. So, this power originally belonged to him. He could refine it without worrying about the punishment of heaven. As for why the power of the great Dao would take the initiative to separate a part of it and integrate into Feng Zichen's body, it had something to do with killing the demon god Shadow. Although this power of the great Dao was mainly based on Panga's power, he only occupied a very small part of it. More of it was the power of the 3,000 demon gods. And this power had an inexplicable connection with the demon god Shadow in the spiritual battlefield. Therefore, when Feng Zichen killed a demon god Shadow, the power of the great Dao had a reaction. The power that belonged to this demon god Shadow lost its existence. It automatically integrated into Feng Zichen's body. What is this? Passing the game? There's a reward for passing every level. After thinking about it, Feng Zichen felt that this scene was somewhat similar to some of the passing games in the later generations. Every time he killed a demon god Shadow, it was like passing a small level, and he would receive a corresponding reward. After killing all the demon god Shadows, he would be considered to have passed the level and would receive the final reward, Primordial Chaos Dao Fruit. After killing all the demon god Shadows, the power of the great Dao would be completely controlled by him. At that time, it would be time to break through to the primordial chaos Dao realm. This is interesting. No matter what, Feng Zichen had one more reason to kill the demon god Shadow. Whether it was for the promotion of Hongming Daozhong or for his own breakthrough, he would definitely kill the demon god Shadow. As for safety, Feng Zichen was not worried about this. The spiritual world where the demon god Shadow was located was a spiritual world, not a real world. The battle, there was a spiritual confrontation. Even if he died, he would not suffer much damage and would not affect his body. At most, his mind would be damaged and his spirit would be sluggish for a period of time. Moreover, the spiritual world was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. With 3,000 demon gods gathered together, how could Panga be at ease? He must have other tricks up his sleeve. Faintly, in the depths of the spiritual battlefield, Feng Zichen felt a familiar and powerful force. That was the power that belonged to Pangu. Even if it wasn't, it had something to do with Pangu. What was hidden in the depths of the spiritual battlefield? Perhaps only after Feng Zichen had killed all the demonic gods' phantoms would he know. After all, in the eyes of an expert like Pangu, only the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian had the qualifications to enter the room. Unlike the primordial world, where Daluo Jingxian could dominate a region. Sigh. Now it seems that the hatred between me and the Chaos Demon God is getting deeper and deeper. I'm afraid that when they return and find that they can't do anything to Pangu, they will be the first to attack me. Suddenly, Feng Zichen realized something and couldn't help but shiver. Since his debut, he had ruined the plans of the Chaos Demon God countless times. The world tree in his hand was snatched from the true spirit of the demon god back then. This was one of the means used by the Chaos Demon God to destroy the primordial world, and he had unintentionally destroyed it. Now, he had ruined the plan of the Chaos Demon God's resurrection, causing their countless years of efforts to turn into flowing water. No, he had made a wedding dress for Feng Zichen. The Tai Chaos Chi was brought in from the outer realm by the Chaos Demon God for resurrection, but it was swallowed by Hongmeng Daozhong and became the nourishment for his growth. If the Chaos Demon God knew about this, he would explode with anger. Even if Feng Zichen wanted to end it, they probably wouldn't agree. This hatred could not be vented without killing. Revenge, it was getting bigger and bigger. Now, most of the Chaos Demon Gods were still in a state of death and couldn't detect what was happening in the outside world. And those living Chaos Demon Gods were hiding in the depths of the great chaos outside the realm and couldn't detect what was happening in the primordial world. Therefore, Feng Zichen was still safe for the time being. But if those Chaos Demon Gods were resurrected, Feng Zichen's actions would definitely be sensed by them, and he wouldn't be able to hide it. At that time, what awaited him would be despair. Even Pangu couldn't protect the person that the 3,000 demon gods wanted to kill. After all, killing a person was far simpler than protecting a person. If such a day really came, Feng Zichen could only rely on himself. When the Chaos Demon God was resurrected, his strength had to at least reach the point where he could contend with him. Otherwise, it would really be over. No matter how much he schemed, he couldn't defeat the majesty of the Chaos Demon God. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes and tricks were like clay chickens and pottery dogs, unable to withstand a single blow. But how could it be easy to reach the realm of the Chaos Demon God? Until now, Feng Zichen didn't even know what the realm above the primordial chaos was. He only knew that the highest realm known was the Great Tao Realm. This was the realm that Pangu was pursuing. As for the few realms between the Great Tao Realm and the Primordial Chaos Realm, Feng Zichen didn't know what kind of abilities they had. And these realms that he didn't know were the realms of the Chaos Demon God. The gap was too big. Feng Zichen didn't know if he could reach such a realm. Moreover, who knew when the Chaos Demon God would be resurrected? How much time was left for him? So, how could he not be afraid? F***CK. How did I become a mortal enemy with the Chaos Demon God for no reason? Thinking of the situation he would face in the future, Feng Zichen shuddered. Chapter 4:21. That was an indescribable horror. No, absolutely not. The demon god of chaos must not be resurrected. At the very least, before I have the strength to protect myself, they must not be resurrected. As his thoughts raced, Feng Zichen made a decision in his heart. Since things could not be done, he would think of ways to prevent the resurrection of the demon god of chaos and buy himself time to cultivate. Anyway, he had already offended him, and there was no room for redemption, so it was not a big deal. Humph! Demon god of chaos, don't blame me. I was forced to do it too. If you want to blame someone, blame Pangu. If he hadn't killed all of you, there wouldn't have been so many things after that. After snorting twice, Feng Zichen seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be talking to some kind of existence in the unseen world. Sai, killed by the joint forces of 3,000 demon gods. In this world, other than Pangu, there's only me. According to this is still an honor. Even if I die, it's enough to be recorded in the annals of history for the world to admire. If I don't die, it'll be even more amazing. That's an achievement comparable to Pangu's, enough for all living beings to worship. After all, Feng Zichen had experienced a lot of reincarnation. His mentality was already different. He quickly adjusted himself, suppressed the shock in his heart, and resumed his tranquil state of mind. He even found joy in bitterness. In this case, even if I die, it's worth it. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen seemed to have figured something out and suddenly laughed. Men in this world, don't they just want to be vigorous and famous? If they were born with grievances, in that case, he might as well die. Kill. With his emotions surging, Feng Zichen seemed to have understood something. He raised the Zichen sword in his hand and directly swung it forward. This sword contained Feng Zichen's determination to be ordinary, his confidence to achieve great things, and his belief that he would not fall behind others. With this sword, he strengthened his Taoist heart. They believed that they were invincible and could do what ordinary people couldn't. This was an invincible sword. Whether it was true or not was not important. At least, that was what Feng Zichen thought. However, the power of this sword was indeed extremely strong. Although it was an exaggeration to say that he was invincible in the primordial world, it was not an exaggeration to say that Daluo Jingxian was invincible. This was because when Feng Zichen swung his sword, he could not help but use the power of the great path in his body. Feng Zichen's strength was not enough to make Daluo Jingxian invincible, but the power of the great Tao could. This was the first time that the power of the Great Way appeared in the untainted land. It was released without reservation, showing the majesty of the great Taoist priests to all living beings in the untainted land and the great mediums. The great Taoist priest's first show in the primordial world naturally had to amaze the world. Therefore, the power of this sword was extremely strong. Rumble! Immediately, a resplendent sword light swept out like a sea of stars exploding. It wiped out the void in front of it, causing the myriad Tao to cease to exist. That's right, what no longer existed. The void, the connate Tao, and the rules of heaven and earth no longer existed. Everything was wiped out by this sword and completely returned to the state of nothingness. The power of this sword is so strong. Is this the great Taoist priests? It's indeed extraordinary. If this sword isn't his strongest divine ability, perhaps Daluo Jingxian's invincibility isn't a lie. The great mediums, who had been paying attention to Feng Zichen's movements, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when they saw this scene. The power of this sword was too strong. If they didn't use magic treasures, they might not be able to block it. Even the saints' eyelids couldn't help but twitch when they saw this sword. The power of this sword was enough to pose a threat to them. Although the threat wasn't great, it also showed Feng Zichen's extraordinariness. Everyone knew that the great Taoist priest was strong. After all, no matter what, that was the title of Pangu. However, they didn't expect him to be so strong. Previously, the great mediums had doubts about the strength of the great Taoist priests and thought that the legends were exaggerated. At this moment, they had no choice but to take it seriously again and have a new understanding of the strength of the great Taoist priests. The legends might not be exaggerated. That was the truth. The legend of the great Taoist priests, Daluo Jingxian's invincibility, came from the distant primordial era. In that era, most of the current great mediums hadn't been born yet. Naturally, they had doubts about the authenticity of the legend. More importantly, although the primordial era was ancient. However, as everyone knew, the strength of the primordial era and even the ancient times was far inferior to the strength of the current era. How could the Daluo Jingxian of the primordial era be compared to the sage-to-be of the current era? Therefore, some great mediums thought that the so-called great Taoist priests, Daluo Jingxian, was just a short person growing taller. Even if he was strong, there was a limit to his strength. It was also because of this that the great mediums didn't pay too much attention to the strength of the great Taoist priests. Instead, they focused on the effect of definitely becoming a primordial chaos. Now, Feng Zichen's sword had attracted their attention and attracted their attention. They had to pay attention. It was fine if they didn't know that he was so strong. But knowing that he was so strong, who dare not to take it to heart? After all, he was an expert second only to a saint. His appearance was enough to affect the current situation of the primordial world and bring about great turmoil to the world. After swinging his sword, Feng Zichen's mood couldn't help but be a little better. But immediately, he realized that there were many more gazes on his body, and his mood immediately sank. No one would be happy to be stared at, let alone Feng Zichen, who was already in a bad mood. However, he didn't chase these gazes away. Instead, he raised the Zichen sword in his hand and continued to practice his supernatural powers. He had just become the great Taoist priests and hadn't completely familiarized himself with the power of the great path in his body. He could take advantage of this time to familiarize himself with it. Didn't those great mediums want to see it? Then let them take a good look. It was just right to attract all their attention and make them unable to do anything else so that it would be convenient for him to start another plan. Set up the Yin Court. The attention of the great mediums of the primordial world was all focused on him, the great Taoist priests. Wasn't a good time to set up the Yin Court? The great mediums took the initiative to give him this opportunity. Feng Zichen couldn't let their good intentions down. He would definitely make good use of it and strive to maximize the effect. Otherwise, how could he face them? What? Set up the Yin Court? Beside the 6 paths of reincarnation, Hutu asked in surprise. That's right. It's the Yin Court. The Heaven Realm has the Heavenly Court ruling the world, and the Netherworld Realm should have the Yin Court. Only then will it conform to the principle of balance between Yin and Yang and be beneficial to the primordial world. As if hearing Hutu's confusion, Fengdu's incarnation explained in a deep voice. The world valued balance the most. If there was heaven, there would be earth. If there was Yin, there would be Yang. If there was life, there would be death. If there were men, there would be women. Then, if there was a heavenly court, there would naturally be a Yin court. Otherwise, Yin and Yang would not grow alone. There was only one heavenly court in the primordial world, and there was no Yin court that opposed it. Then, it would cause an imbalance between Yin and Yang. This was a disaster and not a blessing for the primordial world. Fellow Taoist, you're right. But this Yin court is not a small matter. It's not something that Hutu can decide alone. I have to discuss it with my brothers and sisters. Only then can I make a decision. After hearing Fengdu's words, Hutu deduced for a moment and understood the meaning of the Yin court's appearance. However, establishing the Yin court required the power of the Magi. This was not something that she could decide alone. She had to get the consent of the other ancestral Magi. Of course, the Netherworld was originally prepared by Father for the Magi. The establishment of the Yin court can't be helped by the brothers of the Magi. This matter naturally requires their participation. Nodding his head, Fengdu was indifferent. The Yin court was originally prepared for the Magi. Otherwise, how could he and Hutu establish the Yin court? It would just be a joke. After thinking for a while, Fengdu continued, worried that Hutu would not take this matter seriously. Establishing the Yin court is not only beneficial to the primordial world, but also to the Magi. The reason why the demons can compete with the Magi is because of the heavenly court. If the Magi establish the Yin court, they can compete with the heavenly court for the destiny of the world and achieve the goal of weakening the strength of the demons. At that time, the enemy will be weak and we will be strong. Victory will be in our hands. Besides, at this point, Fengdu carefully glanced at Hutu and stopped talking. He silently organized his words in his heart and thought about how to say the next words without provoking Hutu. What he had said previously was nonsense. He had chosen some pleasant words to foreshadow what he was going to say next. That was because what he was going to say next was the real reason. It was just that it was a little unpleasant. Moreover, fellow Taoist, you have transformed into reincarnation, causing the strength of the Magi to be greatly reduced. It will be difficult for the 12 divine fiends array to form. As a result, the Magi have lost their greatest trump card. Facing the demons, they no longer have an absolute advantage. They might even be at a disadvantage. If we don't establish the Yin Court to increase the strength of the Magi and fight against the demons, then the future of the Magi is worrying. After thinking for a while, Fengdu decided to tell the truth. That was because he could not find the right words. It was Hutu's fault to begin with. As expected, after hearing Fengdu's words, an unnatural look flashed across Hutu's face. Although it was fleeting, it was still noticed by Fengdu, who had been observing her. However, Hutu did not flare up. Instead, she informed the other ancestral Magi as if nothing had happened and asked them to come here for a chat. Hutu also understood that she was in the wrong. After transforming into reincarnation, Hutu had not let down the primordial world that gave birth to her. She had also let down all living beings. However, she had let down the Magi who respected and loved her. His departure directly destroyed the great situation of the sorcerer tribe. She had even pushed them into danger, from the strong Magi and the weak demons to the strong Magi and the weak demons. It was so fast and so unexpected. Moreover, this was not caused by the strength of the demons. It was caused by the destruction of the Magi's foundation and the great reduction in strength. A few years ago, the Magi had made one big move after another. They were about to completely destroy the demons and unify the primordial world. Chapter 422. But unexpectedly, the situation changed, and Hutu could not restore the witch. The situation was completely reversed, which shocked many people. Things were really unpredictable. Hutu's reincarnation had a huge impact on the wizard tribe. Not to mention that the 12 divine beings killing formation could not be formed because of this. The 12 ancestors of sorcery had practiced many kinds of supreme magic to deal with the demon tribe. But Hutu's departure directly destroyed these magic, making the efforts of the ancestors of sorcery in vain. It was too late to find a replacement. The 12 ancestors of sorcery had the same origin, so they could have the same mind. They could combine to perform magic because of this characteristic. If they found another person to replace Hutu, how could this person be connected with the other ancestors of sorcery, like Hutu? They might be able to cooperate with each other by practicing, but how long would it take? The great war of sorcery and demon tribe would break out at any time. How could they have so much time to practice their magic? Hutu's reincarnation had reduced the strength of the wizard tribe by at least half. The loss was not small. Even so, the sorcerer tribe's attitude towards Hutu was still the same as before. There was no change at all. It had to be said that the ancestors of sorcery were very affectionate. Set up the Yin Court? That's a good idea. But hearing about the Yin Court, Dijiang was puzzled at first, but then he realized that setting up the Yin Court could bring a lot of benefits to the wizard tribe. Unfortunately, after thinking about it for a while, he found something wrong with this matter. He could not help but hesitate in his heart. Big brother, what's the problem? Please speak your mind. Seeing Dijiang's hesitation, Hutu thought that he had some concerns, so she asked directly. The 12 ancestors of sorcery were very close to each other. There's not so much intrigue between them, so they could speak frankly. Sister, although your method is good, you need masters to set up the Yin Court. But the masters of the wizard tribe still need to guard the untainted land against the demon tribe. I'm afraid the wizard tribe can't spare too many masters to guard the Yin Court. After hesitating for a moment, Dijiang said. Of course, he knew the benefits of setting up the Yin Court, but it was impossible to give up the untainted land for the Yin Court. It was not easy for the sorcerer tribe to drive the demon tribe from the untainted land to the 9 heavens. How could they give up the untainted land for a mere Yin Court? The untainted land was the foundation of the sorcerer tribe. Compared to it, the netherworld was really nothing. Yes, I didn't think this through, he thought for a while. But also felt that Dejiang's words made sense. If the Yin Court was established, the Sorcerer Tribe would have to send some of their experts to guard the Nether Realm to prevent any unexpected changes. However, although the Magi were strong, they relied on quality to win. They did not have as many experts as the Demon Clan. Therefore, if a portion of the people were to go to the Yin Court, they would definitely have no time to care about the primordial world. The demon race would definitely not let go of this opportunity. They would definitely counterattack the untainted land. At that time, the Sorcerer Tribe would be in a passive position. In the end, it was because there were too few Sorcerer Tribe members. The Wu Tribe was already struggling to manage the untainted land. With the addition of the Yin Court, they would definitely not have enough manpower. If the base was too big, it would be easy to focus on the head and not the tail. In the end, it was likely that the gains would not make up for the losses. Dejiang understood this very well. It was best to keep what was in front of him. Therefore, although Dejiang agreed with the establishment of the Yin Court, considering the current situation of the Sorcerer Tribe, it was very difficult for him to agree. I was wondering what it was about. So it's about this. Brother Dejiang, don't worry. This matter is easy. At the side, after hearing Dejiang's words, Fengdu suddenly laughed out loud. In his words, he did not take Dejiang's worries seriously at all. Who is this fellow Taoist? Seeing Fengdu suddenly speak, Dejiang said with some displeasure. At the same time, the other ancestral sorcerers also glared at Fengdu angrily. If it weren't for the fact that he was Huda's friend, they would have already made a move and taught this kid who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth a good lesson. It was about the Sorcerer Tribe. When do they need an outsider to speak? For a moment, Fengdu choked. He had forgotten that he had not told the person in front of him his identity. The pride of the ancestral sorcerer. It was famous in the primordial world. Even Dao ancestor Hongjun was not taken seriously by them. An outsider, like him, had rashly interfered in the affairs of the Sorcerer Tribe. They did not directly attack him because of Hutu. Otherwise, Fengdu would have been beaten out by them long ago. Forget it. Should I tell him? After thinking for a moment, Fengdu decided to reveal his identity to Dejiang. The identity of sorcerer could save him a lot of trouble. It would also be of great help to the establishment of the Yin Court. Otherwise, with the identity of Fengdu, it would be difficult to gain the trust of the Sorcerer Tribe. Brother Dejiang, do you still remember me? As he spoke, Fengdu secretly activated the aura of Pangu's token and transmitted it to Dejiang. He also blocked the other ancestral sorcerers from prying and did not let them notice. In the Nether Realm, Fengdu was an expert at the great perfection of the Quasi-Saint realm. He was not weaker than the ancestral sorcerers. He could still block their perception. This is, sensing the familiar aura, Dejiang's expression suddenly changed. He pointed at Fengdu and said in shock, "It's you." "So it's you." After the shock, Dejiang seemed to have understood something and muttered, "Yes, I should have thought of it. Who else could it be other than you?" "That's right, it's me." Seeing that Dejiang had calmed down, Fengdu replied with a smile, "What do you mean you're mine? Who exactly are you?" The question and answer of the two of them confused the other ancestral sorcerers who did not know the truth. At that moment, the most hot-tempered Zhurong directly asked Fengdu casually. It was as if he would beat him up if he did not say anything. "Sai, sixth brother, don't mess around. This fellow Taoist is my best friend. Be polite." Without waiting for Fengdu to speak, Dejiang stopped Zhurong, who wanted to cause trouble, and took the initiative to cover for him. As the patriarch of the Sorcerer Tribe, Dejiang was naturally not a stupid person. Seeing that Fengdu only revealed his identity to him, he knew that he did not want to reveal his identity. As for the reason, it seemed that he had his own plan. Although he did not know what his purpose was, Feng Zichen was a sorcerer of the Sorcerer Tribe after all. He would prosper and suffer together with the Sorcerer Tribe. He would not harm them. Therefore, Dejiang did not reveal his identity, so as not to ruin his plan. "Friend? Big brother, don't joke. If he is really your friend, then why don't I know him?" Zhurong touched his head and asked with some confusion. It was not Zhurong's fault for asking this. The 12 ancestral sorcerers knew each other very well. If he was really Dijiang's friend, the other ancestral sorcerers would definitely know him. Chapter 423. What do you know? This is a good friend I made in my early years. We are true friends of life and death. When I met him, you weren't born yet. How could you know of his existence? I thought that he had long retreated from the world. I didn't expect him to come out again. As he spoke, Dijiang made a sorrowful expression, as if this matter was true. I see. Hearing Dijiang's words, Zhurong really believed it. Because Dijiang was the first ancestral wizard to be born. Before the other ancestral wizards were born, he was already born and went out to travel in ancient times. This was an experience that the other ancestral wizards did not have. Moreover, Zhurong did not think that Dijiang would lie to him. After listening to Dijiang's explanation, the other ancestral wizards also nodded and smiled kindly at Fengdu. Since he was Dijiang's friend, he was their friend. On the other hand, the Candle Dragon, the sage of the wizard race, had a strange light in his eyes. Obviously, he had guessed Feng Zichen's identity. However, just like Dijiang, he did not expose Fengdu's identity. Instead, he continued to play dumb. Fellow Taoist, you said that it's very simple for the wizard race to establish the Yin Court. What do you mean? Without giving the other ancestral wizard a chance to speak, Dijiang asked Fengdu directly. Fellow Taoist, you forgot. The Netherworld has the Lady of Earth guarding it. Who would dare to cause trouble here? Therefore, establishing the Yin Court doesn't require the wizard race to send out many experts. What we need is to send some people over to maintain the normal operation of the Yin Court. By the way, arrange a few great experts to support the Yin Court. Fengdu smiled and replied, with the Lady of Earth, even if a saint came, he wouldn't be able to cause any trouble in the Netherworld. It could be said that after the Yin Court was established, it would be extremely stable. However, the establishment of the Yin Court would definitely require a large number of people and some experts to maintain the facade. Therefore, Fengdu had set his sights on the sorcerer tribe. That makes sense. Nodding, Dijiang said, then let's establish the Yin Court. Reincarnation was established by the Lady of Earth. The experts guarding the Netherworld should be selected by the Lady of Earth tribe. As for the clansmen who maintain the Yin Court, the 12 tribes will each provide a portion. Is that okay? With a plan in his heart, Dijiang directly arranged it. Very good. Dijiang's words were in line with everyone's thoughts. How could they disagree? No matter how good the Netherworld was, it was not as good as the primordial world. Moreover, the Netherworld was not good for him. There were probably not many Magus experts who were willing to stay in the lifeless Netherrealm. In addition, Ancestral Shaman was not willing to let his experts leave the tribe and go to the Netherrealm. Although the relationship between the shamans was good, there was still competition. Otherwise, why would there be 12 tribes? With one less master, the strength of the tribe would be weakened. Who would be willing to do that? What about the master of the Yin Court? As the master of Samsara, Goddess Ho too has to guard the 6 paths of reincarnation. She has no time to deal with the Yin Court. Therefore, we still need to choose a ruler of the Umbral Court. Fellow Taoists, who is willing to take up this position? Fengdu couldn't help but ask after seeing Dijiang talking for a long time without getting to the point. Yin Court. Most importantly, he was the master of the Yin Court. That was an existence that could rule over the nether realm and bear the destiny of heaven and earth. Me? No. There's still a lot of things that we need to deal with in the primordial world. We don't have time to manage the Yin Court. Upon hearing Fengdu's suggestion to let them be the masters of the Yin Court, the ancestral shamans waved their hands and refused. The primordial world was vast and boundless. It was impossible to measure it with reason. Even the heaven realm and the nether realm together were not as vast as the primordial world. Therefore, every ancestral shaman ruled a vast territory that was even larger than the nether realm. They had no time to manage the Yin Court. Fellow Taoist, you have nothing to do anyway. In my opinion, you should be the master of the Yin Court. Suddenly, Di Jiang suggested, as a shaman, Feng Zichen was suitable for this position. It's not impossible. He thought that even if the ancestral shaman didn't want to be the master, he would let the first-generation great shaman do it. However, Feng Zichen didn't expect that Di Jiang would recommend him. Of course, he couldn't refuse. How could he refuse the benefits that were delivered to his door? Although Feng Zichen's original plan was to let the shaman clan experience a calamity for the future generations. However, plans couldn't keep up with changes. It wasn't impossible to dominate the Yin court in advance. That's good. I'll do as you say. Now that the attention of all living beings in the primordial world is attracted by the birth of the great Taoist priests, it's a good time to set up the Yin court. There's no time to lose. We should hurry up and pray to Father God and set up the Yin court. Feng Zichen wasn't a wishy-washy person. After making a decision in his heart, he immediately began to act. Fellow Taoist, you're so impatient. Then let's do as you say. We'll set up an altar and worship Father God. Di Jiang waved his hand and took out the altar used by the shaman clan to worship Pangu from the Panga Hall. He planned to worship Panga here. On the side, the other ancestral shamans who wanted to say something couldn't say anything when they saw this. At this moment, stopping Feng Zichen from becoming the master of the Yin court would be a slap to Di Jiang's face. Father God above, today, the Nether Realm has appeared. As the home of the dead, it will fill the primordial world. However, the Nether Realm has just appeared. It is extremely chaotic and the rules are incomplete. Therefore, the Shaman clan wants to set up the Yin court in the Nether Realm to govern the Death Realm and set the rules to manage the dead in the world. Please enlighten us, Father God. In front of the altar, Di Jiang first bowed and then swore loudly. Instantly, the primordial world shook. A vast divine light appeared out of thin air and shone in the center of the Nether Realm. It was like a heavenly pillar that pierced through the three realms of heaven, earth, and man and went straight into the chaos outside the heavens. That light was too dazzling. It was even more dazzling than the sun. Even across the endless world it could be seen. In an instant, it attracted the attention of the great magicians from the great Taoist priests to the Nether Realm. Yin court? What's that? Is it a force similar to the heavenly court? Yin court was an extremely unfamiliar word. However, because the heavenly court was in front of them, everyone more or less guessed what he meant. Whoosh! There was a good show to watch. The Shaman clan was going to fight to the death with the Demon clan. Even the foundation of the Demon clan was going to be dug out. Thinking of the impact of the Yin court's appearance on the Demon clan, the great magicians of the primordial world immediately perked up. They looked in the direction of the heavenly court with expressions of watching a good show. They wanted to know how the Majesty would react in the face of the sudden actions of the Shaman clan. Exciting. It was really too exciting. The situation of the Shaman clan was really changing day by day. Just as the Shaman clan was about to suppress the Demon clan, the Shaman clan suddenly destroyed their foundation, causing their strength to plummet. However, before the Demon clan could start to become strong, the situation was changing. The Shaman clan set up the Yin court and wanted to break the foundation of the Demon clan. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.